Vinton.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NHAC TV, where we're going to be commentating the next matchup of the day of the Chippewa Prairie Wolves versus the Tall Cree Mustangs. A matchup that we saw yesterday in which the Prairie Wolves came out victorious against Buffalo. It's going to start with a Mustangs victory off the face-off, as now the Prairie Wolves get to work. A shot whistles wide of the net, ends up back in the neutral zone, picked up by Hano. Hano passing it over to Dwayne Jean. Jean, one-timer for Bouchier as the Wolves start early. Bouchier trying to pick a pocket in the corner, and the whistle is blown as they'll have some fun with the fans there. It's Nokahu give him his version of a howl of this Prairie Wolves squad. Jean tries to head in the corner. Jean was a bright light on that squad of Prairie Wolves that we saw yesterday. He scored a couple goals for them, if I do remember correctly, and was a key piece in their lineup. He's got wheels on him, and maybe he'll just show that today as well. I know, over to Jean. Stopping up, but a good poke check there as Kirk Sangris poke checks it away from him. Now the other way, shooting. Montgrand, rebound opportunity. Fires it, but it's actually behind the net. As they hold it for a whistle. That was an interesting play there by Taz Flett of the Tall Cree Mustangs, as he held the puck from the inside of the net so that they couldn't continue the play. Face-off win for the Wolves as it went over to Maurice, but he's going to shoot it right back in. Now the Mustangs begin moving up ice. Trying to center it, a backhand shot. In net for the Prairie Wolves is Dylan Lambukin, as yesterday Trey Laprise was in net. And now a offensive zone draw for the Mustangs. It gets moved up the ice through the neutral zone now, over to Janvier. Janvier tries to go from east to west. So now Maurice picks up the puck, sends it to the other side of the ice for Montgrad. Moves it up, couldn't handle it with Janvier, but it's a good tip into the zone as he goes into chase. Now Mustangs hold the puck and wait. Sends it up the ice for Hano to intercept. Tries to bank it off the boards for Janvier, but it's going to get turned over. Bouchier now, backhand pass, looking for Ashton Cornell. It's going to come a defensive play there by Lance Bouchier. Keep it out of their own zone. Mustangs gets tripped up on the play. There won't be a penalty. Bouchier on the breakaway. Bouchier shoots, scores! Top shelf, moving the bottle. Bouchier off a breakaway. As Ashton Cornell got worried about a tripping call there. But it came to no avail, and they ended up scoring off the play. Cross pass there for Chase Menon. Loses the puck at center ice. Now over to Ashton. Ashton on the backhand, thinking about spinning down low. He ends up behind the net, and now it's a chase for the puck. Gets rimmed around the boards once more over to Matthew Menin. It's lost, and now in the right side corner, Hano picks it up and begins cycling up ice. Hano with speed on the right side. Hano gets his stick lift twice over as Tanner Linz picks his pocket from behind. Gets shot up ice off the shin pad there of Boucher. Boucher on the left side, drives center, shooting just wide of the net. Rims around the boards, and now Tanner Linz picks it up. Linz with a head full of steam up ice. Gets on the stick for a brief moment of an ensuing Mustangs player. And now shooting from distance. Jean goes, picks up the puck from around the net. Moves with speed. Jean continues to center ice. Goes to forehand, shoots, but some sticks were in the way, and it deflects onto the glass. Jean now stopping up on the side boards across the ice. And a shot on net gets rebounded out. It stays in as Boucher tries to force the puck back into their own zone, but he unfortunately can't hold it the line. Jean over to Montgrand, shoots from distance, and it's going to be blockered aside. Tried to be kept in by Boucher, but he couldn't hold it. As now Hano passes it up for Jean. Makes a move around his defender as Jean cuts center, loses control of the puck, and is stripped from it. Taz Flett backhands it up the ice. Dustin Nokahu cycles it up. Passing over to Janvier. Janvier couldn't get to the puck in time as the Mustangs now turn the other way. Sends it behind the net. Lannon Menin loses the puck as that center attempt didn't go so well. Banks it off the boards to Hano. Janvier backhands it up, but it's going to get pushed off, and a rebound opportunity, shooting really close to the net. The puck's still loose, but the referee blows it down. And either side will go for a change. Hano from the point over to Nokahu. Finds it in the corner, pass it up, back up. Janvier loses it, and now up the wing. Matthew Menin tries to cut through a few players, but it's going to get picked off by the Wolves. Now Janvier finds it on his backhand, sends a soft one to the net. It's going to be picked up by Chase Menin. Tries to get it out of his own zone, but kept in on the boards by Janvier. Goes back to Menin, over to Matthew Menin. They send it down low in the right side corner. Send one on net. Janvier tries to put it into his own defensive zone end a little deeper. A quick shot as that was centered on the stick of Matthew Menin. And now the Mustangs in their own zone. It's rimmed around the boards for Boucher. Boucher, a race to the puck from backhand to his forehand, but he's stripped of it. Now it's Marvin Loonskin, moves it up to Matthew Menin. Menin pushes through a player as he'll shoot from a sharp angle. That'll whistle onto the glass. Boucher passes over for Jean, cuts the center, tries to give it to Montgrand, but he can never quite handle the puck properly. It'll go into the glove of Troy Al McLean. On the face-off against Hayden Linz. Linz wins it back. for Marvin Lunskin. Behind his net. Pushes the puck up ice for a long stretch pass. Lunskin now with the puck on the backhand. Couldn't get the shot away, and now ends up in the right side boards. Jean loses the puck as it's going to be stripped of it by Linz. A long wrist shot to net, and it's going to be Dylan Labukin stopping the puck once again for the Prairie Wolves. Score still 1-0 with 14 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this first half. Jean brings it back, and it's moved up ice to Erwin Montgrand. Montgrand sends a soft one on net. It's going to be easily gloved by Troy L. McLean. Now, on the right of Troy L. McLean, they're going to have a face-off at the dot. Jean wins it back for Maurice. Maurice, long shot on net. Makes it all the way through, but the rebound was available. The left side corner now. Jean comes out with it. Circling. Backhands over to Maurice. Sends it down low. In the corner, back to Maurice. Shooting from distance. They don't have it yet. It's still loose. It's flicked up ice, but kept in by Maurice. Now, once again on the left side boards. Across for Hanin. Hits the glass. Jean makes a pretty move down low as they try to center it, but in the way was Tanner Linz on that shot. Tanner Linz trying to push through a few Prairie Wolves players. Taden Linz on the left side. Passes by Maurice on the backhand. Hano breaks up that play. Now Jean behind his own net. Jean begins to skate up the ice. Looking to go coast to coast here as he shoots one just wide of the net. And a long shot there. Now on the right side corner. As Hano once again has it at the red line. He elects to shoot it down low on the left side boards. Pushed up ice now by Mustangs. Looking to add some pressure. Colby a look. Gets picked off at the blue line. Going from west to east as the Prairie Wolves once again are going to have to go back in their own zone. Dayton Partaker moves it up for the Wolves. Shooting into the pads. It's still a loose puck. Could go on the back end, but he gets tripped up. It's a wide open net now. Hey, no, shooting. It's still in the skate of Dustin Nokahu. Finally gets it out. And he'll have to tap up or otherwise offside. Firing it up ice. And they are going to nullify that icing. Moved over to Bouchier on the left side. Bouchier taking a shot on net that was kind of unexpected. Trying to maybe catch Dylan Lepukin off guard. And a quick shot here on the left side as Dylan Lepukin does the windmill for the Prairie Wolves. I'm sorry, that was Troy McLean I was mentioning it earlier. Goaltender for the Tall Creek Mustangs. Now, so far, it does seem like the Prairie Wolves have the play, but every so often, Tall Creek makes their way down the zone and gets a quality chance of their own. So it's definitely not to say that this game is foretold by any means, and where a lot of these matchups you can tell which team is going to come out on top, this one could be anyone's game. Whether I'm going to eat my own words on that one, I'm not sure yet, but a quick slap shot, one-timer there as Donovan Manin gets robbed of a goal. by Dylan Lebukin. Prairie Wolves looking to exit the zone. Jean trying to steal the puck from their defenders as Matthew Manine now enters the zone. Matthew Manine cuts the middle, shooting, but Hainaut with a great stick there as it gets deflected up and out of the bounds. Face-off win for Prairie Wolves. Shooting it up ice. Bouchier collects it on the left side, waits for reinforcements. To Montgrand. Quick shot on the play, but a better save by Troyle McLean, as his glove has been sturdy so far tonight. Jean off the face-off. He'll win it back for Maurice. Up to the top for Hainaut. Shooting on net. Now Jean. Shot from a sharp angle. Troyle McLean absorbs the full contact of that ripper. It'll be once again offensive zone draw for the Prairie Wolves. Jean wins it back for Hainaut. Hainaut back for Jean. It's got a 5-on-4 for a bit here. Hainaut tries to send it back door to no avail, and now trying to spark a breakaway opportunity here. But unfortunately, he won't be fast enough as the Mustangs stay without a quality opportunity. Now on the right side. Looking to get a shot on net. Hainaut now. Moving it up ice for Bouchier. To Jean. He'll spin. No call on the play. Bouchier to Montgrand. A big save there once again by Troyle McLean. Refs having some conversation with Jean on the ice about the last play where he spun out of control entering the zone. It's going to be a Mustangs win. Behind the net, Chase Manine moves it up. Cole Manine loses the puck at the blue line. Now Jean the other way. Jean into the zone with speed. Alexa Kroll back. Jean backhands it down low for Montgrand. Over to Bouchier. Moved up ice. That's Colby a look. Gets his pocket picked. Now on the left side, trying to get a shot away. Unable to do this so as Colby a look ended up blocking that one. He's not able to clear it, however, as now it's behind the net. Hainaut from the point, shooting right into the glove of Troyle McLean. Five minutes and 50 seconds to go in this first half. Game still 1-0 for the Prairie Wolves, despite the volume of chances that they've had. Sparking Matthew Manine into the Mustang zone. It's going to get picked off by Hanine. Or Hainaut, rather. Like I said to Hanine again earlier, too. It's Manine on the other side. Mix it up with Hainaut. It's across the crease of Dylan Lebukin. Now on the right side corner. A drive to the net off the backhand. Looking to go 5-hole on Labukin. It gets sent down as to chase is Chris Manin. Now the other way, Chris Sangris fires it, flutters high as it gets turned over. As now Janvier takes a ripper left to the side of the net. 2-on-2. Mustangs with speed. Montgrand fighting for the puck in the corner. Behind the net, Matthew Manin passing it up, shooting right into the crest of Dylan Labukin. Prairie Wolves win the face-off, and they saucer that one the length of the ice, intended for Janvier. First to it's going to be Chase Manin. Passes over to Marvin Luskin. Luskin headmans it up for Tayden Linz. Linz behind the net. Backhanded up ice. Montgrad, that's going to be hand pass. It's not. Gene, breakaway opportunity, shooting. Trying to get the quick shot away, and it's a rebound, scores. Let's see what the final call is here as Gene, on the initial breakaway, he tried the rebound opportunity, which brought goalie Troy McLean out of the net. And the rebound by Bouchier ended up scoring. And here's a replay on the play. Looks like it's going to be no goal. And instead, Gene's going to actually get the penalty for probably goal interference. I didn't see the hands that the referee did use on that one. However, if you are a Tall Creek Mustangs fan, you definitely came up with the better half of that deal.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's go. That's all you got to do with stuff here.
I'll do too. Those Oilers super fan in front of us, as he's here at the Senior Native Provincials here in Alberta. If you're a Calgary fan, look away. A shot here by the Prairie Wolves. As the Mustangs are going to have 6 minutes. Just 5 left remaining, however. And here's an odd man rush the other way. A breakaway for Montgrand. Tries to do a quick move, but instead it's Chase Manin who makes his way back up the ice. Tanner Linz on the other way. Linz fires on net. And now it goes the other way. Bouchier for the Prairie Wolves takes a quick shot on net. Gets patted aside. Fighting for the puck in the neutral zone. Here comes Nokahu. He'll circle back into his own end for the final 30 seconds of the first half. From behind the net, Troy McLean. Gets flicked up ice. Over to Matthew Manin. Manin driving to the net, shooting. Another great save by Labukin. It's backhanded up And behind the net, cycled through but couldn't quite handle it as the final seconds ticked down to 0. And the score for the first half stays 1-0 for the Chippewa Prairie Wolves. We'll be right back after the break.
Is this live? Yep. On Facebook or what?
On
That's cool. I'm going to watch this then tomorrow.
if you want to watch, you could also do one of these later.
Oh, yeah. This lady that runs this, she just come up. They want to do an interview with me right away.
Yeah, yeah. I think probably at the end of the game, I think something.
Yeah.
And we're back for the second half of this exciting hockey matchup between the Prairie Wolves and the Tall Cree Mustangs. Immediately sent down the length of the ice to kill some more time off of this brutal penalty given originally to Gene. As now the Mustangs make their way up the ice. Mustangs trying to center one there, but a good stick by Dylan Lebukin. Now Mustangs fire one on net, doesn't make it through, and then they score! Bounced off a few players. I'm still waiting for the referee to make the final call. But it looks like it's gonna be no goal on the play. I think it originally bounced off a few players. And they're just going to go right into this. They're not going to even explain. I fully thought that went in. And it looks like instead, either it was a kick in or potentially it didn't even go in the net. It was just behind goaltender Dylan Lebukin. As it gets sent once again the length of the ice. Prairie Wolves breathe a breath of fresh air after that one. Matthew Manine cuts to the middle. Manine backhands it on the backhand. Rebound opportunity. Still loose in the right side corner. Manine trying to punch it up, but instead it's Hainaut who dumps it down the length of the ice for goaltender Troy McLean to send it over to his defensive partner. Saint-Gris loses it to Boucher. Boucher now. A shot from the top of the circle, easily smothered by Troy McLean. A win as they sent one on net. Unfortunately, none forthcoming as Hainaut now has to retreat back in his own zone. They send the length of the ice. Just a minute and 10 seconds left to go on this penalty kill for the Prairie Wolves. As the Mustangs only have a minute left to capitalize on an opportune moment to tie up this game. Cole Manine tries to send one on net, but it goes off the stick and is deflected to left side boards. Now, into the center. It gets flicked up ice all the way down to be retrieved by Chris Manine. Over to Chase Manine now. Sends one down the length of the ice intended pass target was Donovan Manine. However, he couldn't reach far enough, and that's going to be an icing with just 30 seconds to go on this power play for the Mustangs. They're going to have to take it out of their own zone, rather. Face-off win for Prayer Wolves, but it's going to get quickly stolen. And Tanner Linz shooting from distance, but it's going to be blocker saved and held by Lebukin, as he was able to hug it up in his right shoulder. And, Mustangs rather, had it. It was stolen, and now Jean back on the ice. Building speed, Jean goes to the backhand, ends up behind the net in the right side boards. Jean punches it back down low. Here's Tanner Linz. Linz spin shooting just high and into the netting. As Taden Linz and Tanner Linz, bit of a dynamic duo of sorts, went there.
Do you have the transmitter on?
The Mustangs, or rather Jean, for the Prayer Wolves, takes a quick shot on net. A great blocker save by McLean. Jean fighting in the corner, losing the puck. And now the Mustangs gets caught in his skates as Montgrand now tries to move it up. It's going to be flicked up ice, and Hainaut will pick it up. Move it up to Montgrand. Over to Jean. Jean back to Montgrand. Gets his pocket picked there by Matthew Manine, as it's disrupted at center ice by Nokahu. Jean once again spinning off his pressure. Sends it up the length of the ice to Montgrand. Montgrand goes to the backhand pass to Bouchier. Shot deflected off the stick of a defending Mustangs player. And back to Nokahu, who takes a shot, whistles wide of the net, and hits the glass. Nokahu keeps it down low. Bouchier is first to it as he's being wrestled off the puck. Back to Nokahu, passing, trying to go for Jean. However, he was just behind that pass. And now Jean takes it up, top of the circle, long pass, took a while to get there. Rebound opportunity, scores! Bouchier off the rebound. And that'll bring it to 2-0 for the Prairie Wolves with 18 minutes, 15 seconds to go in this second half. Face off now, won by the Prairie Wolves. Flicked up ice for Janvier. Janvier breaks up the play at the neutral zone and passes it back for Hainaut in his own zone. Hainaut off the boards. A good stick there to bat it down low, as now Landon Manine moves up the ice with the puck. Landon Manine shooting, easily gloved aside by Lebukin. As once again a long flick for an easy cover on goaltender Troy McLean once again. Now on the left side circle. Strong pass there to Landon Manine, who dumps it down low. Rims around the boards, but it takes an awkward bounce. And first to it, luckily enough for the Wolves, it's Jean who comes up ice, loses it in the ref's skates. Jean, first in the zone, tries to make a few moves and gets high-sticked on the play. Referee blows the whistle. No call, however. Jean gets kicked out of the face-off dot. So Montgrand takes his place, and it's going to be a face-off loss as the Mustangs move up ice. On the left side boards, trying to spin off his checker. And it comes to Tanner Linz, who dumps it down low for Tayden Linz. Tayden Linz trying to center this puck. Successfully does, and here it goes. A shot attempt. Flurry of stick lifts and a knot of sticks in front of that net. Nothing gets through it, and now it's at center ice. Tanner Linz tries to enter the zone, but unable to do so is now Boucher. Boucher from the right-hand circle, passes it over, goes through everyone as Tanner Linz moves it up ice. Over to Matthew Manine. Manine on the right side. Up for Linz. Kicks it. Trying to kick it to a stick, but now Jean up the other way. Jean on his backhand. Cuts to the middle. Shooting. It's still loose. And now in the corner. It's flicked up ice, but it's going to be gloved down by Montgrand. Over to Jean. Back to Montgrand. Shoots, and a good stick save into the netting as the puck exits the zone of play. Face-off battle here. Nearly won by Janvier. Janvier tries to backhand it as the Mustangs take it out of their own zone. Matthew Manine kicks it off the boards as he enters the offensive zone. Manine spins off his forechecker. Comes over to Chase Manine now at the blue line. Back to Matthew. Matthew trying to go cross ice to Loonskin. Goes to Manine. Manine. Fought off the puck as Manine drops to his knees, but it's still going to come up Mustangs puck. Janvier trying to whack it loose as now Maurice behind his own net with the puck for the Wolves. Maurice heads it up ice for Dayton Partaker. Loses it at center ice, but is able to recover. Gets his pocket picked as Landon Manine now passes it to his defensive pairing. Pushing it up ice for Landon Manine. Landon back up to his point. Loonskin. Shoot, scores! Marvin Loonskin. Off a loose puck, miscalculated, and he had a lane to the net. Fires it off and ends up scoring, cutting the lead in half for the Prairie Wolves. Back to Montgrand. Over to Hanaud. Montgrand. Into his own zone. Tries to make a move. Ends up behind the net with the puck. Boucher now. Trying to center it for Jean. Jean spins. Finds a lane to the net. Quick shot. Off the stick save there. Mustangs now up the other way. Pass it over to Landon. Landon Manine in the right side corner. Gets in front of the net. Almost a good chance there, but now Jean up the other ice with speed. Shoots from a sharp angle, but a better save by Troyle McLean. As the lead stays just at 2-1. And the Prairie Wolves seem to be double shifting this Jean, Montgrand, and Hainaut players for their lineup. Or Boucher, rather, was who I was looking for. Jean heads up the ice, crosses it over to Boucher. He'll send it down low for Jean. Jean behind the net. Trying to look for a good pass. Picks the pocket of Delaney McLean. Now the Wolves in their own zone. Passes it up ice to Janvier. Janvier backhands it in down low. Boucher goes off for a change. The Mustangs turn over the puck in their own zone, but it goes right back to them as they send it down the ice to Hainaut. Hainaut up the ice and falling onto the floor there. Mustangs fakes a slap shot. And that gets rimmed around the boards down the ice for an icing. So the Prairie Wolves are going to have a defensive draw here now. Boucher, 1-on-2, entering the offensive zone. Boucher gets his stick poke checked. And now Mustangs move up the ice. Good stick lift there by Hainaut as he'll send it down the length of the ice for another icing call in succession to the last. Now on the right side, or to the left rather, of Dylan Lebukin, who's now on a bit more pressure than before. And losing that puck was Matthew Menine as he couldn't pull the trigger. Nokahu, slap shot into the pads of a Mustangs defender. As the Mustangs move it up the ice, finds itself in between the skates of the referee is Sangri. Sangri tries to circle back, but now Jean's back on the ice with speed, coming up ice. Jean shooting from distance. A good blocker save there. As now Sangri moving up the ice, shoots from distance, whistles off the boards behind the nets, finds itself on the left-hand side now. They thought that touched the netting, but rather it bounces off the boards. Long pass from Montgrand to Maurice. Maurice tries to make a move, but it's going to get swept away from him as Landon Menine comes up. Menine with a long shot there. As the puck is now sent all the way the length of the ice. No icing on the call, on the play rather. Chris Menine with the puck. Moves it up for Colby Aluk. Aluk sends it down low as they'll go and chase it. Hainaut tries to send it the length of the ice, and it does. But it hits the skate of a Mustangs player on the way. Tried for a shot there as he went through a few players. Taz Flett trying to do it all himself. Now up the ice, Maurice with the puck. Tries to go through a defender. It's left along the right side boards. And now up the other way, Tanner Linz loses it on the blue line. It gets flicked up and into the right-hand corners once again to be picked up by Chase Manin. Manin moves it up the boards. Hainaut back to his defensive partner, and Dayton Partaker now tries to center it for Gene. Gene will be first to it in the right side corner. Gets centered. Boucher loses it, however, as the backhand up the ice for Matthew Manin. Slap shot from distance. Hits off the stick of Hainaut. As now, once again, Matthew Manin through neutral ice. Manin sends one to the net. It gets tipped and just to the right side of Lebukin. Now on the left-hand boards. The referee's going to blow the whistle down as there's some rough stuff in the left-hand corner. Now to the right of Lebukin. A very important face-off draw as the 5 minutes, final 5 begins. Shooting it into the stick of Janvier. Now Boucher is trying to bring it out of the zone. Off the post. Rebound opportunity. Scores! Matthew Manin off the spin backhand move. It's a 2-2 tie game for the Mustangs. And it has officially entered stop time territory as a tired double-shifted Gene, Boucher, and Montgrad head to center ice. They're going to look to bring it back for the final 4 minutes and 49 seconds as the clock begins ticking once again as we set play. Gets turned over. And now Manin, or Linz rather, brings it over for McLean. McLean drives to the net. Linz couldn't quite get it. Montgrad now backhands it up for Gene. Gene one-on-one. Gene on the backhand, comes to the forehand. But a good save there by Troy Al McLean to stick with them and bring down that blocker to avoid the 5-hole scoring opportunity for Gene. Behind the net, rimmed around the boards for Tayden Linz. Linz once again over to Taz Flett. Flett on the boards. Mustangs moving it out of their own zone. Hits the inside of the skate of Tayden Linz as he'll retreat back into his own zone. Chase Manin moves it off the boards in neutral ice. Trying to push it through, but none play clean enough. As Hainaut will send it down the ice. Over to Gene. Gene and Montgrad, 2-on-1. Over to Montgrad. Quick shot, misses the net. Montgrad backhands it over to Boucher. Boucher to the top for Hainaut. Back down low for Boucher. Boucher over to Gene. Gene backhands it. On net. It's still loose on the right side. Finally, Troy McLean can cover it as he had to with his blocker. Face-off win for the Prairie Wolves. Hainaut backhands it over to Montgrad. Montgrad to Boucher. A long shot, doesn't make through traffic. Boucher now spin pass to Matthew Manin, who picks it off. Pass, Kirk Sangreese tries to get through, but it's going to be backhanded back into neutral zone as Hainaut in his own zone behind Lebukin for the Prairie Wolves. Hainaut moving it up ice. Makes a long stretch pass for Jean, who backhands it over for Boucher. Montgrand picks it up. Back to Boucher. Fans on that shot as Jean will collect it behind the net. Recent goal scorer Marvin Loonskin. And a quick shot from just above the ringette line by Noka, who, as 2 minutes and 41 seconds remain in this second period. Janvier wins the faceoff draw, but first two, it's going to be Tayden Linz. Tayden Linz on the blue line. Shoots it up. It's going to be picked off at center ice. Tayden Linz. Back down low for Chris Manine. Manine over to the right side for Loonskin. Loonskin up for McLean. It's going to get stolen now by Jean as he'll spin off his pressure and move up ice. Jean with a head full of steam. Slap shot right into the crest of Troy McLean. Now Boucher, rebound opportunity off the glass. Backhand up to Nokahu. It's going to get poked away there by Delaney McLean as it comes back to Hainaut. Hainaut in his own zone looking for a stretch pass where he can start some offense. Jean just past the blue line. Another great move there to Boucher. Boucher couldn't pull the trigger as he'll lose the puck as now Jean in the neutral zone. Backhands it over for Hainaut. Hainaut tries to go off the boards, but it's going to get intercepted by Kirk Sangris. And now Mustangs are looking to enter their offensive zone. Jean passes it, hands it off for Montgrand. Montgrand over to Nokahu. Nokahu with the shot to the net. Whistles wide on the right side post. Now up ice comes Kirk Sangris. Sangris over to Linz. Tries the backhand pass. Now for Manine. Manine in the right side corner. Fighting for it in the right side corner. Out comes for the Prairie Wolves. But Linz ties Montgrand to the boards. Here comes Jean. 40 seconds to go in this game. Jean on the right side shooting, a blocker save by Troy McLean. Now coming up ice. The Mustangs with their final try for some offense here late in this second half. Up for Jean, 20 seconds to go. Jean cuts through the middle, almost there, rebound opportunity, but a pad save and it's held under by Troy McLean as Mustang fans can take a breath of fresh air as that did not go in and rather was stopped once again for some crucial goaltending here in the final frame. Back over to Hainaut. Hainaut shooting on net. Jean swats it down. And now Tayden Linz, 5 seconds to go. A long shot was saved by Lebukin, and it's rimmed around the boards for the final seconds of that second half as we are going to go to overtime after a short break from either side. This has been one of the more exciting games of the day so far, with plenty of action both sides. Tall Creek Mustangs and Prairie Wolves pouring their hearts out on the ice for this game. No better time than to mention our sponsor, Oventive. Thank you very much for sponsoring this broadcast, along with all of our other sponsors. We really appreciate it. It makes this whole thing possible. And I also just want to mention the 50-50 raffle that's currently going on one more time. Make sure to go to NHAC.ca. Jackpot's just over $8,800 So go grab your tickets. Scan the QR code as well for a chance to win. And to no surprise, Jeans at the face-off dot. Up against, I believe it's Tanner Linz. Tanner Linz wins it back for Kirk Sangri. Kirk being pressured by Jean. Hands it over. A pass up for Tanner Linz. Loses it in the corner. Jean's first to it. Jean now. Working his way up ice, but he passes it back to Hainaut. Hainaut. Up for Jean to Bouchier. Bouchier hands it off to Jean. Jean. Walking the blue line. Spin move. Jean with a good move, trying to get towards the net. Back over to Bouchier. A shot and a save by Troy McLean. Overtime is run time, so the full 5 minutes will be played in sequence. As now once again they come up to the face-off. To the right side of McLean. One back for Hainaut. Hainaut to Jean. Back to Hainaut. Sitting on the left side corner of the blue line. Back over to Jean. Jean. Thought he saw a lane, elects not to. Hainaut from a shot at the ringette line. Gets blockered aside and his stick lifted. Possession change as Tanner Linz heads up the ice. Bouchier to try to break up the play. Tanner Linz gets caught offside as Bouchier poked it just a little bit behind him as he head into the zone. Matthew Manine facing off against Jean, who's been playing a lot of time so far in this game, double shifting, especially in that second half. Hainaut moving it up ice. Hainaut enters the zone through the legs, curls back, pass to Jean, but it exits the zone. Jean now had to come back, spins off his pressure. Jean enters the zone with speed, goes to the middle. Jean tries to backhand it back over to Nokahu. Nokahu comes out with the puck. Tries to center it for Jean, and now the turnover to the Mustangs. Up ice for Matthew Manine. Manine shooting from distance. Goes left side of the net off of a defensive stick. As Marvin Loonskin now with the puck. Up ice for Matthew Manine. Manine tries to split the D, gets his stick lifted and stripped of the puck. Jean moving up ice. Shot whistles wide of the net. And it bounces all the way over to Hainaut. Over to Jean on the left side. Jean to center, off the stick and into the netting. As a minute 30 remains on this clock for overtime. Jean still at the faceoff. He's played the full 4 minutes so far in this overtime. So has Bouchier and so has Hainaut. As up ice comes Tayden Linz. Tayden on Hainaut. Shooting, but a good stick by Hainaut forces the puck up into the air. The final minute of overtime begins now as they're going to face off in the defensive zone of the Prairie Wolves. On the right side of Lebukin, Tayden Linz faces off against Bouchier. Heads up ice for Taz Flett. Flett goes across the ice to Tayden Linz. Linz just a little late, says that's going to be called offside on the play. And on the blue line with just 10 seconds to go. Race for the puck. Tayden Linz goes first to it. He'll lose it. Hainaut now. 3 seconds. 1 second. Shoots from distance. Off the blocker save for Troy McLean, and it'll go to a shootout. So both teams are going to head to their respective benches and pick an order on which they want to see come out of the ice. Hockey game tied at 2 apiece through 55 minutes of play, 5 minutes of 3-on-3. First up are going to be the Mustangs. Here's Donovan Manine. Donovan Manine comes in quietly through. Forehand scores! Donovan Manine. Next up, Bouchier for the Prairie Wolves. Bouchier coming in, shooting, and a block save by Troy McLean. As he did the splits to make that save, and does the pad stop. Now Matthew Manine to force a lot of pressure on this Prairie Wolf squad. Matthew Manine, forehand to the backhand, scores! Top shelf. As Matthew Manine forces this, has to be a goal by Gene if they want to continue this shootout. And any hopes for Prairie Wolves to continue playing in this tournament. Gene starts slow in the neutral zone. Comes on the right side. Gene moving in. On the backhand, he's stopped. And it's a Mustangs victory. A hard-fought battle by both teams as Gene couldn't pot in the final shootout attempts. Final score 3-2 for Tall Cream Mustangs. And we apologize for the current state of the broadcast, but if you can still hear on the live stream, final score 3-2 for the Tall Cream Mustangs off a great stop by Troy McLean in the shootout. That'll do it. We're going to take a break here, and we'll be right back to you potentially with an interview or the broadcast for the next game. We'll see you in a short Superfan Magoo. Superfan Magoo, tell us, how has your native provincial experience been so far?
Man, absolutely beautiful. You know, this tournament every year just keeps getting better and better. And you know what? The Bannock burgers outside are the best.
That's totally true. I know exactly what you mean. And I have a question. Who's your team for this tournament? And I might have just saw them play, but I'm just, if you had to pick one team to win this tournament for the 18 plus division, what team would you cheer for?
I have so many teams that I cheer for out there, but my brother's in there. Chris, he's playing right now. Chris Medine, that's for Tall Cree. Him and Matthew, so grew up with those boys, man.
Okay, so you're a Mustangs guy?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, you must be very happy they just beat the Prairie Wolves in the shootout, so a big victory there. They'll move on to play again sometime today, and potential chance at the championship tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I hope it's been pretty awesome, and I guess, how would you say, like, of the games that you watched, has there been any that have stuck out to you?
This game stuck out because this game, you know, it was 2-1 and then Tall Creek tie it up. Then they go to overtime, 3-on-3, and that Gene, man, from Janvier, he's awesome. You know, he plays a lot of hockey, but so did these boys. But watching the shootout, man, that was excellent. You know, watching a 3-on-3 shootout at a native tournament is absolutely amazing. Crowds going nuts. The food's great, man. The commentating's #1. Let's go, baby.
All right, thank you guys so much for joining us here live on YouTube. We'll see you back for the next matchup coming after this flood. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the next matchup of the night. We've got ourselves Garden River Buffaloes versus the Blueberry First Nation.
Do you know which side is which?
As we are set for a exciting matchup here for the Blueberry First Nation versus the Garden River Buffaloes. I'm your commentator, Jordan McComb, coming off the back of a exciting matchup between the Prairie Wolves and the winning team Mustangs in the shootout. As the winning draw will go to the Garden River Buffaloes. Or rather, the Blueberry First Nations. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I thought the Blueberry would be blue, but rather the Buffaloes are the ones in blue. So be aware of that while watching the game. Buffaloes trying to center that one. A long shot from distance. Gets knocked over to the right-hand corner. Winning victory for Buffalo. They shoot it across. It's now Blueberry. Headmans it up the ice. A 3-on-1. 3-on-1 shooting. It's now the Buffaloes. Blueberry behind their own net. NHAC tries to center it, but it gets tipped down. As now the First Nation move up ice. Noski loses it. And that's going to be a whistle. As two players of the quarter get caught up, and it's going to be a holding minor on Bruce NHAC for the Garden River Buffaloes. Quick shot there as Cole Caillou nearly got a one-time opportunity. Now at the point. Shooting from distance with traffic in front of the net. But it's going to get covered up. by Bailey Dorr. Face-off win for Blueberries. Blueberries shot off the side of the net, trying to get the rebound opportunity. Here comes Crosley. Crosley misses it, and now it'll come up for the Buffaloes. Buffaloes. Cardinal couldn't shake the pressure, as now Blueberry will have it in their own zone. Up the ice, Apsison. Moving it through to Austin Crosley from behind the net, but it's going to be too late as Bailey Dorr moves it up. Back to Crosley, trying to center it out in front, but it's going to get flicked down the length of the ice off a hard shot. One minute and 20 seconds to go for this Blueberry power play, as Nolan Legase sends a quick one on net. Comes all the way back for Silverstone Apsison. Up for Crosley. Crosley, backhand pass there. Gets picked off at center ice there by the Buffaloes. Apsison moves it up to Chipsia. Chipsia tries to push it through the legs of a Buffalo player. However, it's going to get backhanded down low. Now Blueberry moving with it up ice. Gets stopped up in the offensive zone, and it gets chipped out of play into the Buffaloes bench. As the final few seconds, well, more than a few, but 10 seconds of the power play for Blueberry come to a close. The first one will be unsuccessful. It's backhanded across. Steve Bless sent down the length of the ice, and it's going to be nice and call on Buffalo. At the draw, Storm No Sky for Blueberry. Wins it back for Chepsia rather. To the net, shooting, what a blocker save there. As Dorr had to be quick on that one. And there's going to be a penalty on the play. So the referee fines number 27 of Blueberry. It was not on the ramp roster sheet. Liable for an infraction. Unable to win it, but Buffalo comes back, passing it over. Now down low once again. Stopping behind the nets. To the point now. Tries for the one-timer. And it gets flicked down the length of the ice by Blueberry captain, Austin Crosley. Now Buffalo moving it up ice to Dorr. Dorr. And now a breakaway opportunity here for Caillou. Caillou shooting, scores! Goal Caillou off the breakaway. A shorthanded goal for Blueberry First Nation will render to be the first goal of the hockey game. A good move here. Buffalo 2-on-1 opportunity, but a great stick there by the captain, Austin Crosley, stopping the play on its tracks. Now Chepsia can't quite handle it. Tries to center that one. Now it comes once again to Buffalo the other way. Shooting from distance, right into the crest and held by Joshua Cardinal. Win for Buffalo, as the puck will go down the length of the ice, and Steve Bless will head for it.
This game you got to use a lot of the UC sponsorship.
Right in front of the net, Blueberry heads up ice. Caillou, most recent goal scorer, hands it back for Rain. Rain Dor pushes it up for Jonah Cardinal. Jonah moves it along to the other side of the ice. Tries to headman it back up to his defensive partner behind the net. Buffalo from the point, trying for the backdoor tap in. Unfortunately couldn't handle the puck. As now Blueberry makes their way up ice. Blueberry with the shot, hits the glass just above the net, and it's going to get rimmed around the boards. It's going to be kept in there. Now on the right side, corner, all alone, trying to look for center feed. Hits his target, but unable to pull the trigger was Aspeson. As now Noskai. Noskai around the boards to Aspeson. Back over in front to goal scorer Caillou, unable to pull the trigger, as now Thurton Dorr. It was a toe drag shot that nearly fooled the likes of Cardinal.
Sponsorship. We talk about UC a lot this game. Their owner has like 5 something.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to buy your 50/50 tickets. 50/50 are available until tomorrow evening. 50/50 over $2,000 or 50/50 sales for business and 50 way down.
Turnover there. It's Blueberry now once again. Looking to head up ice. Buffalo stops it in its tracks. Off the boards and down low, as that's going to be called for an icing. Defensive zone draw for Blueberry. Blueberry moves up. Cole Caillou, goal scorer, ends up being offside as he tried to make a nifty move to the outside. A good pass. They come up through the zone. Buffalo, good fakes there by Rain Dor. Back to the blue line, hits the skates of Rain. As Nolan Legace moves it up ice. Legace tries to sift it through a defender, but it bounces over 2 sticks, including the one of Cole Caillou. Centering feed there, nobody to grab it. Now over to the right side boards. It's going to be kept in. Cole unable to center that one. And a quick shot on the right side rattles against the boards. Now on the left side, a shot goes above the net and off the glass. It's now Buffalo. It's their turn the other way. A battle for it will come out for Storm Noskai as Chepsia tries to come out with it. It's going to be Buffalo puck entering the zone. Good toe drag move there. A shot attempt. Unable to get anything from it. As now Chepsia moves it over. Or rather, moving it up for Legace. Legace from the point, backhand, what a glove save. Bailey Darr keeping his team in this one.
So, Absassin is the name, and what was the other one? Noski? And then, what was the last one? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Sends it back to the blue line. Shot on net. And rimmed off the boards very hard. And now Buffalo with a quick shot there floats towards the net. Around the boards to Absassin. And now a long shot from the ringette line ends up in the crest of Joshua Cardinal. Behind the net, face-off win for Blueberry. Blueberry to behind. Moving it up ice. Goaltender behind his own net. Trying to move the puck for Buffalo. Jonah Cardinal moving up ice. Cardinal passes it over. Backhand feed. Shooting. Goes wide of the boards. Now ends up in the right side corner and is sent down like the ice once more time. As it's picked up by Buffalo in their own zone. Pocket picked here, but he'll get a shot away off the stick of Joshua Cardinal. Stopped up at the blue line by Buffalo. But it's going to be knocked back out by Captain Austin Crosley, or nearly, as it was kept in. Now Crosley will come out of the zone with it. Speed on the right-hand side. Crosley behind his own, behind the net. And right at the blue line. Shooting, rebound opportunity. But his stick was lifted in the nick of time by Buffalo's defenseman. Trying to lift it above the left-hand shoulder of Cardinal. Now it's back to center ice. Phoenix Dumas punches it up for Austin Dorr, is going to find himself offside on the play.
Oh, you're talking, all right. What's Stacy?
And Blueberry wins the draw. Back to their D, they move up ice. 2-on-1 opportunity here, but a good stick lift there by Earl Bless. Moving up through is Buffalo. A long shot off the stick of Joshua Cardinal. Makes another good save, but ends up in the net. Just 3 minutes to go in this first half. As this game's looked pretty close so far. And they had a conflict with the changing as it was a bit late, so they had to bring Legace back on the ice. Legace now on a 2-on-1 with Apsison. Behind the net. Trying to center it there for Matthew. It's backhanded back down low. Off the glass in the left-hand corner. And a stolen puck here between the legs and scores. Matthew Apsassin with a highlight reel goal to bring the lead now to 2 for the Blueberry First Nation. Once again, I want a big shout out to our sponsor of the broadcast, MCS UC. Special thanks to all our sponsors, always helping out with the broadcast here at NHAC TV. Moving up ice here. Cole Caillou. Cole on the backhand. Great stop pad save there by Bailey Dorr. As now Captain Austin Crosley moves it up ice for Devin Gray Eyes. Now Buffalo in their own zone. Shoots it up ice. Steve Bless passing it over. Now to Rain Dorr. Dorr trying to bank it off the boards to himself. Now a good pass here for Cole Caillou. Caillou on the left-hand side. Unable to do anything with it as it comes out for Rain Dorr. Rain Dorr now a 2-on-1. Passing it. But a good defensive play there by Nolan Legace. Storm. Noski. Or Noski rather. Stopped at the blue line. Pushed up ice. Blueberry on the blue line. It's Chipizia, sorry. On the backhand, shooting. Rebounds there, but the final seconds of the buzzer go as Bailey Dorr makes a diving save. And that'll do it for the first half. We're going to take a short break here before joining you for the second half of this hockey game. That short break, both benches will come back out onto the ice. And a shout out to Clarence Absassin, who's the owner, as I'm being told, of MCS UC. And many of his sons are on this team, as you've probably been hearing me call out their names throughout the game. Wyatt, Matthew, Bailey, Dylan, all a part of the Absassins family. As now Austin Crosley moves it up the ice to Carson. Shooting and nailing right into the crest of Bailey Dorr, testing him early in this second half. Puck did not drop, as both sides were a bit early on the face-off. It'll come back to Buffalo. Blueberry picks it off in the neutral zone. Moved up by ice by Crosley. Crosley on the right-hand side. On the backhand, trying to center it. They score! Austin Crosley, captain, scoring for the Blueberry First Nation, as that gets in between the pads of Bailey Dorr for the third goal of the hockey game, and now it's 3-0 for the Blueberry First Nation. Winning the centering draw was Cole Caillou for Blueberry. Up the ice there, but intercepted by Dorr. But Cole takes a shot towards the net. Matthew spins over. Now Nolan Legace with the puck on the blue line. Nolan Legace spins back to the blue line once again. Flips it up to the other side. And then rimmed around the boards all the way down the ice. Another Blueberry face-off victory, but they're going to get picked away, as now Payne Cardinal moves up, passing for Buffalo off the skates of Patrick Chepsia. And moved up ice. Here's Cole now on the right side. Through the legs. Nifty move there as he ends up behind the net, but it gets shot on net. And Buffalo try to get it out of there. Now top shooting down low there was Austin Crosley, as he'll backhand it over to Sylvester Absassin. Now up for Devon Gray Eyes. Moving it up ice, trying to hit the captain one more time. He'll go and shoot, scores. Once again, Captain Austin Crosley crosses the crease for his second of the night. Buffalo trying to make some offense of their own as they enter their offensive zone. Bailey Absassin turns it over here. It's now Buffalo shooting and into the glove of Joshua Cardinal for a stoppage of play. Jonah Cardinal in the face-off dot for Buffalo. Now their captain in the corner. Austin Crosley moves it up for Storm Noski. Shooting off the stick of Bailey Dorr as Carson Chepsia continues to cycle it through. Now on the right side corner. First to it is Blueberries. They center it out. Quick shot here, but it's going to deflect off the stick and into the netting. Face-off win here for Blueberry. Trying to backhand it up center ice. But now it'll be Buffalo. Moving up on the right side. Gets stopped as Blueberry rims it around the boards all the way down the ice for an icing. Blueberry, this is just their second game of the tournament, at least registered, whereas the River Buffaloes, this is actually their fourth. With their only loss coming to the Siksika Buffaloes in 7-5. Blueberry First Nation are lossless in the tournament so far. Now behind the net. Blueberry. Now moving up ice with those retro CCM gloves. As Buffalo, or rather, Buffaloes. Now 3-on-1 the other way for the Blueberries. Trying for the tic-tac-toe, pretty play, doesn't go. And now, Devin Gray Eyes will have to fight for it in the corner. Gray Eyes does come out with it, trying to pass it center ice. Now Buffalo makes their way up ice. It's going to get turned over neutral zone, however, and now a slap shot scores. Wowzers. Nolan Lagace, what a ripper do you have? As now the score sits at 5-0 for Blueberry First Nation. And pushed up ice. And shot there by the captain, who's currently on hat-trick watch. Now the Buffaloes. Jonah Cardinal. Behind the net, trying to center it up front. Unable to do so, however, and it's going to be gloved down by Joshua Cardinal. Backhanded up ice. Now they look for a shot on net, but Buffalo none forthcoming. Behind the net with the puck. Stripped of it by Austin Crosley. Crosley up ice through the neutral zone. Now it's rimmed around here for Buffalo. Buffalo 2-0. Great breakaway move there, but unfortunately didn't get everything he wanted to on that final move as the shot didn't quite get fully on net. Up for Chip Pigia. And now over to Apsassin on the right side, shooting from a distance. Now behind the net, Buffalo. Intercepted by Blueberry. Over to the left-hand corner. Pocket picked as Buffalo now makes their way up ice. Losing it in the neutral zone. As now they move it up ice. First two, it's going to be Earl Bless. Trying to get the pass over to Austin Dorr. John Apsassin now off the boards. Over to Devin Greyeyes. Greyeyes passes to Cole Caillou. Caillou shoots, scores. Gets just under the glove of Bailey Dorr. And now Blueberry sits at 6-0. With their only other game being a 7-0 victory. So they have yet to be scored on in this tournament, if that's true. Buffalo enters the offensive zone from distance, shooting, rebound out in front, but it's going to be quickly covered by Joshua Cardinal. Not letting any room for rebounds. Rimmed around the boards. And over to Nolan Legace. Legace from the right-hand corner trying to center it over to Devon Greyeyes. And set up the other way, Jonah Cardinal. Can't get through the bodies of the Blueberry team. Now Cole Caillou sends one on net. Buffalo. Themselves a shot. Doesn't get through traffic. Nolan Legace now passes it up for Yellow Knee Apsassin. And goes all the way down the ice for an easy icing call for the referee. It's going to be a face-off win back for Buffalo. Slap shot to the net. And behind there, where's Buffalo as they make their way up ice? Chipizia moves it up to Austin Crosley. Shoots one on net. It's going to be absorbed by Bailey Dorr on that one. Another special shout out to MCS UC for sponsoring this broadcast. A big thanks for helping us make all this possible. Now it's up for Austin Crosley. Crosley loses it. Nope, he sticks with it. Now over to the net, flicks it up and into Bailey Dorr's crest as he once again holds the puck for another offensive opportunity for the Blueberry First Nation. Just one goal to seal the victory or wait out another 10 minutes, one or the other. Blueberry First Nations are going to take this one home. Buffalo gets tripped up at neutral ice. The referee's arms don't come up. And Raindor makes his way through neutral ice. Now with the puck, Raindor gets stripped of it, gets the backhand off regardless. But a sprawling Joshua Cardinal makes the save. Face-off win for Blueberry. Scooped up in their own end. Ringed around the boards on the left side. There's a fight for it, but it went through everyone. And it comes to Buffalo defense. Passes one to their captain. Moves up for Chipizia. On the right side, loses in the corner boards. Turned over. The captain backhands it in. Buffalo trying to flick it out of their own zone. So now it's turned over on the line. Good move here. Tries to cut to the middle, spins to try to feed the center ice. Now with speed, Raindor leaves their own zone. Backhand, shoots, scores. Jonah Cardinal gets the first for the Garden River Buffaloes. Face-off win for the Buffaloes. Unfortunately, breaking any shutout possibility for Joshua Cardinal. As now Blueberry makes their way up the ice. On the backhand, a forehand, centering feed, can't get a shot away. As now it's Austin Dorr who flips it up the ice. Matthew Apsison pushes it up. Gets stopped at their blue line. And now Austin Dorr makes his way. Shooting, sharp angle shot. Still loose in front of the net. Matthew Asmussen passes back down low. Over to Nolan Legase. Back to Asmussen. Asmussen tries to cut through center. Shoots on net. That floated for a second. The rebound was there for the taking. Tried to be kept in. And that's going to be offside by about 1.5 miles. Jonah Cardinal wins it back for Buffalo. Behind the net. Passes it up ice to Jonah Cardinal. Losing a tire there was Sylvester Apsassin. As now Blueberry moves up the ice. Jules Apsassin takes a shot on net from a sharp angle, and Bailey Dorr is able to make the save. Just 6 minutes to go in this final half. Referees gonna need a new puck as that one got sent out of bounds. Push down low. Storm Noski. Now Buffalo tries to do something with it, but Noski's going to disrupt the play behind his own net. Back up for Noski. Moving it up ice. Passing it across. Shooting. And he mishandled the puck on that play. As instead, Jonah Cardinal will send it up to Rain Dorr. Will dump it down low for Curtis Gladue to chase the puck. Now running up to it is Noski once again. Noski just past the blue line. Shooting there. On Netmar Bailey Dorr. Face-off win. Buffalo comes through the neutral ice. Nigel a look. In the corner. Puck comes back to center for Cole Caillou. Caillou trying to spark Devin Greyeyes for a breakaway. It's Buffalo off the boards. To center. Slap shot from distance. Rebound comes straight to him. Centering feed. Good shot opportunity there. Just goes wide of the net. Cole Caillou on the right-hand side. Trying to center it. Too many Buffalo players in the way. Now the puck. Behind the Blueberry First Nation net on the right-hand corner. As they pass to their captain, Austin Crosley. Moves it up ice. Passing it up once again. Buffalo takes it in their own end with pressure on them. And now Rain Dorr. Fought for possession, but a bouncing puck went over the stick of Theron Dorr. Now over to Cole Caillou, but he's just ahead of the play. A fan shot there as Rain's going to get another 10 on the offense. Rain pushes it up ice. Over to Jimmy Nanook. Over to the other side there for John Absasson. Absasson, rather. Phoenix Dumas behind his own net. Losing the puck once again. Dumas with a head full of steam, heading up ice. Dumas spinning, trying to knock off a few forecheckers, but he gets the pass off to Cardinal. He'll shoot, and it'll rim onto the glass and then the netting for a stoppage of play out of bounds. A minute and 30 seconds left to go before we flood the ice and off, as we've got a good 25 minutes before the 4:45 p.m. start of the Onion Lake Border Chiefs and Whitefish Grizzlies matchup. Now behind the net. Buffalo rims it around the boards. Bruce Nanook. Nanook. It's intercepted now, and Blueberry come in 50 seconds ago. Shooting off the stick and nearly out of play. It's a hard slash there. A center feed. Slap shot. Good stick save there by Bailey Dahl as it's sent up the other way. Now for Rain. Rain all alone shooting, but a glove save made by Joshua Cardinal with 25 seconds to go in this game. They're going to go in for one final face-off draw of Jonah Cardinal versus Storm Noski. And now 2-on-1 for the final 5 seconds. The pass is slightly long, and that'll do it. Final score 6-1 as the final seconds bleed off in this one. One more time, big shout out to this sponsor, MCSUC, for sponsoring the broadcast in this game, as well as a reminder, buy 50/50 tickets online at NHAC.ca. Thank you so much for listening. We'll be back after this short break with some interviews. I'm here with Austin, captain of the Blueberry squad here, and he scored 2 goals in this matchup to help them win 6-1 in this last game. Austin, what's going through your head right now?
We're just excited to be here. We made it to Sunday, so we got 4 big games tomorrow, and hopefully we'll take it all the way through the championship.
Yeah. And how many years have you been playing in the First Nation tournament?
For Native Provincials, I've been 4 years now, I think.
4 years?
Yeah.
Have you ever won?
We haven't won yet. We're still hunting.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And through all of the 4 years, what would you say was maybe one of your biggest moments that you've had on the ice?
I think last year we had 2 overtimes in a row. The last one, I think, was in quarterfinals. But yeah, we won the first one. The second one was, unfortunately didn't go our way. But those intense moments, you always remember.
Right. And what are some of the emotions you have out there on like those key games where you're coming out and you're going out hard? Like, how do you prepare for games like this?
I try to keep things loose in the dressing room. I don't want to put too much pressure on the guys. At the end of the day, it is a game. So, as long as we're loose and all of us are working hard, that's how I kind of approach it. A positive attitude.
And throughout your childhood, I'm sure you played hockey. What are some of like the moments throughout Native Provincials, maybe in the junior side, that you remember that kind of, basically, I'm just asking, what does hockey mean to you, and why is this tournament important?
Hockey has brought a lot of joy to my life. We're a big hockey family. I'm related to 98% of the guys in that room. So, it brings us together every year. Hockey means everything to me. I've been able to travel the world, doing the thing I love, and meeting lots of new people, meeting lots of new fans. It's been amazing. I've had a couple. Probably my biggest native hockey moment was I won Freddie with Cross Lake in 2023. That's probably the biggest. And then the NHAC championships when I was in midget age, we won. BC took that home, and I captained that team for the win. So those two are big standout moments for native hockey.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Austin. That was Austin, captain of the Blueberry First Nation, and we'll be back for the next game very soon. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
No problem. Sorry.
Yeah, that. Awesome.
And we welcome you back here in Castle Downs Arena for the start of the Onion Lake Border Chiefs versus Whitefish Grizzlies matchup. As very quickly, we got a shot on net here against the Border Chiefs. Grizzlies off the draw. Quick shot on net. That tipped off the shoulder of Shelby Chief. As we've got plenty more games tonight, with this one being right in the middle of our stream. Shot attempt there off the shin pads of a Grizzlies player, as Larry Yellowknee enters the zone for the Grizzlies. He'll rim it around the boards as Nelson Anderson picks it up in the corner. Anderson spinning off his pressure. Now in the corner, fighting it alongside Lyndon Lewis. He'll kick it out as a fan puck here, and a quick shot on net. As it's going to get dumped back down low and rimmed around the boards. Grizzlies moving it up ice, tipped in by Nelson Anderson. Now in the corner, Nicholas Lebukin trying to center that pass. Now behind the nets, Keaton Auger. In the left side corner, fighting for. Spinning back to their D-man, a long shot. Bounces over a couple bodies, and that's going to be ticked out wide. Turned over and sent back down into Border Chiefs' end. It's all Grizzlies right now. Border Chiefs making a change, gets a little bit ugly, as they were worried about a too many men call against. Backhand, quick shot here. Great shoulder save by Shelby Chief. As it comes back to the Grizzlies. Another shot on net off the post. Unable to keep it in there. So now the Grizzlies rimming around the boards. First to it is Chancey Chokin. Lose the puck on the blue line. In the neutral zone, it goes back and forth. Here comes Darian Gamble. Gamble tries to toe drag it past the blue line, and now it's a race for the puck on the right side. Jacob Anderson tries to feather that one front, shooting. And another good save by Shelby Chief as it comes to the red line. Alan Anderson crossing the blue, gives it up as Darian Gamble sends it down the length of the ice. Referees are going to call that icing, as it'll go into a defensive zone draw for the Onion Lake Border Chiefs. Face-off win. And in splitting the D off the backhand opportunity. And now left side, Grizzlies come the other way. Now up ice comes Crook. Shooting from a sharp angle there was Kyson Bear. Now sent up ice. Ira Gladue. Gladue gets stopped up there by Tyrell Landerout, or rather shoots and scores. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I was looking down. as the first score of the hockey game will go to the Grizzlies in favor of Larry Yellowknee. Face-off win for the Grizzlies. They'll take it in on the left side. So far, the Grizzlies have yet to lose a game in their 3 matchups so far in the tournament. Shooting a long pass across the ice. Now behind the net. It's going to get picked up by the Grizzlies as they're looking to make room up ice. In comes Lendell Lewis, making a pass, trying to go for the tic-tac-toe play, but Darren Auger breaks up that one. Now with speed, Nelson Anderson makes the pass. Gordy Landerout tries to get a shot away, but it tips off a stick. Now blocked at the red line by John Yellowknee. Shooting now. And sprawling for a save was Shelby Chief there as he had to flip onto his back to cover that puck. Keep it a 1-0 hockey game for the Whitefish Grizzlies. Back for the D-man. Quick shot there. Goes up into the netting. Off the stick of a Chiefs player. Grizzlies with the face-off win. Over to Alan Anderson, whose shots get blocked. On the left-hand side now. Shot down the ice. It's poked free there. And a quick shot here. Didn't get through the bodies. Is now in the right-hand corner. They battle for it up ice. Here comes Gordy Landerout. Now back at neutral ice, Alan Anderson tries to dump it back in for the Grizzlies. In their own zone, Joel Waskowicz passes it up. Anderson makes a move. Passes, fakes the slap shot. What a goal! Keaton Auger with the backdoor tap in from a beautiful fake shot by Alan Anderson. Makes this a 2-0 hockey game for the Whitefish Grizzlies. Off the center ice draw. Grizzlies in their own end. Passing it up to center ice for Sutton Ty. Tries to go across to center that pass, but it's going to get picked off. And now once again, Grizzlies in their own zone. Another breakout attempt goes well. Sutton Ty on the right side. Great behind the back pass. As took a little too long for that shot to get off for Caillou Yellowknee. The other way. The Onion Lake Chiefs got one off. As Heston Bird shoots it up ice. Tended for Kaizen Bear. Over to Luke Crooked Neck. Crooked Neck, it's a good opportunity, but it's going to be covered by Daryl Auger. Face-off win for Onion Lake Border Chiefs. Two-on-one opportunity for the Grizzlies. Shoots, scores. Number 87, Jacob Anderson, with a quick shot off a two-on-one, catching Shelby Chief off guard. The Grizzlies now lead by 3 with 13 minutes to go in this first half. Face-off win for the Chiefs once again. Back and forth in their own defensive zone. A shot on net. Whistles wide to the left side. As they're going to send it down low once again. Trying for the center feed. Rebound opportunity. Never got a shot away. As they come on the right side boards. And it's passed back up. Intended for Larry Yellowknee. Goes to the Chiefs now. Lendell Lewis brings it in the corner. He's pressured off the puck. As the Grizzlies make their way back up. Ira Gladue. Gladue with speed, but a good stick check there by Joel Waskowicz to stop it from becoming a 4-0 hockey game. Darian Gamble dangles his way through the neutral zone and into the offensive attacking zone for the Chiefs. Shot on net. Unable to continue with it. Another try, but that once again misses wide. Off the glass. Grizzlies moving it up ice now. Joe Carfell. Larry Yellowknee now in the corner. Loses that puck battle as it comes out. And Chiefs move it up ice. Grizzlies try to break in, but it doesn't go so smooth. And now Lewis once again shooting, scores. Lewis passes over to Keijan Bear, who pots it in for the first of the night for the Onion Lake Border Chiefs. And it's going to get dumped in down low. Keishan Bear loses it now. Whitestone moves it up the ice. It's going to get picked off in the neutral zone by Gory Landerroot. Now with speed, Bear. Come the other way, the Grizzlies. Landerroot losing it. Backhanded up, not strong enough. That one gets sent on net and stuck in the skates. Rimmed all on the boards and all down the ice for an icing, as they're going to head all the way back into the Chiefs' territory. Rimmed it around the boards as the Chiefs come up through center ice. Shooting and into the netting up high, as that might have tipped off the glove of Daryl Auger on its way out. Battle behind the net in the right side corner. Trying to cycle it. Quick shot on net. Rings off the side as it comes out to the Chiefs in their own end. Chiefs once again moving up ice to Crooked Neck. Crooked Neck, a long shot as it gets once again trying to break out from the Grizzlies. Now on the backhand, passing it, but couldn't get the shot away was Luke Crooked Neck. There's now a long shot there for John Yellowknee. Cohen Cunningham comes up with the puck, shooting, and gets blocker down there. As Sutton Ty for the Grizzlies holds the puck in the corner after that stoppage of play. Face-off won by the Chiefs once again to their D-man. The Lewis over for Bear, but he couldn't handle it as it's going to be delayed offside. Grizzlies come up with it. Stopping is Anderson in the left side corner. Fighting for the puck. Ref's asking for some movement. If he doesn't see it, he'll blow the whistle soon enough. Moving up ice. At center. The Chiefs. Lando Lewis. Up to the point for Heston Bird. Shooting on net. Good save there by Daryl Auger. Lewis looking for someone behind the net. He finds him. He'll go for the wraparound and centering pass to Bear. Down low again. Cross the ice. Down low. Back over to this dot. Shooting. Rips around the boards. Looking for another centering pass. Another shot there for Lewis. As it crosses the ice. Lewis sends it down low once again. Crooked Neck tries for the centering pass, but it's going to go nowhere. And now the Grizzlies, Ira Gladue, finds himself playing a game of keep away all the way back in their own zone to kill some more time off this penalty. They send it down the length of the ice for Lando Lewis to collect as he passes it off to Kaijin Bear. Bear moving it up ice. Centers, and he gets high sticked on the way there. No, and there will be a penalty on the play. As now the Chiefs have some 5-on-3 time potential. Number 9, Alan Anderson's going to head on to the box. Face-off win Grizzlies. It's going to come to the Chiefs, however, as a long shot from the point. Chiefs are going to cycle it down low. Cross crease pass. But a good pad stop by Daryl Auger. Now a 2-on-1 the other way. Larry Yellowknee shooting. Rebound opportunity. A sprawling Shelby Chief, but they couldn't get the shot away. Now the Chiefs up the other way. Passing the center. Backhand. On net. Just wide. Rebound opportunity. He shoots. Great save there by Daryl Auger. Quick shot off the original play. Now it goes across. Back over to Bear. Shooting on net. Way out of his crease went Daryl Auger. As now Nicholas Lebukin sends it up. Sutton Ty shooting. And a good save there by Shelby Chief. That wasn't Sutton Ty, by the way. That was Nelson Anderson. Now a good move here for the Chiefs. Centering pass. Off the backhand. Couldn't pull the trigger as there were too many sticks in the way of Cohen Cunningham specifically. A delayed call, or rather, excuse me, 1 minute 15 to go. And this looks like there might be a tripping call as ref's hand comes up. And they're going to call that. As Jacob Anderson's going to head to the box. 3-minute minor from some more 5-on-3 opportune moments for the Chiefs. Lining up at the dot. 5-on-3 for 20 seconds. Win for the Grizzlies. Back down low, no one's there. Up the ice comes Ira Gladju. Gladju with speed around his defender. Pass out in front. Rebound opportunity. Imagine that, ladies and gentlemen, if they had scored shorthanded by 2. I don't think I've ever seen that. Now just 18 seconds left in this first period. Final second dies down as the refs took their time on dropping the puck. And that'll do it for the first period. And they're going to take a break, and so are we for a short minute while the players go to their benches. That was the first half of the hockey game. The second half is coming up very soon. Once again, a reminder to purchase 50/50 tickets online at NHAC.ca. You can also scan the QR code on stream. Jackpots over $10,000 as of now. So make sure to purchase your 50/50 tickets online. And we'll be right back after the break. And once again, we join you live for the second half of this hockey game as the Grizzlies win the draw and send it down the length of the ice to kill some more time off this power play for the Chiefs. It's been quite a long power play, as each time that the final seconds of the power play are coming to a close, the Grizzlies draw another call. And it's just been a revolving door of players in the penalty box for the Grizzlies. So they've been unable to produce any offense for probably almost 5 minutes straight. Probably a bit more than that. Up the ice for the Chiefs. That gets whacked out of bounds by Gordy Landerout. Face-off draw. Off the draw, sent down the ice for the Grizzlies. Right to behind the net. Moving it up ice. Crooked neck. Gets knocked out of bounds and into the netting up high. In the corner, fight for the puck. A point shot there for the Chiefs as they wrestle for the puck in the corner. Once again, another point shot. Rims around the boards. Over to Gamble. Takes a sharp angle shot on net, but Daryl Auger to make the stop. Once again, another face-off draw here. As the final seconds of the Chiefs power play come to a close. To behind the net, passing out in front, and almost immediately the Grizzlies get back to work on offense. But a great save there by Shelby Chief to bring out the glove and rob the Grizzlies of the fourth goal of the game. Face off to the right point of Shelby Chief. It's one back for the Grizzlies. Slap shot from the point. Didn't get everything he wanted on that one, but the puck is loose in front of the net. Grizzlies moving up ice. A collision at center. Grizzlies shooting from the hash marks as Jacob Anderson had a close, in-tight shot chance. But Shelby Chief once again standing on his toes. Face-off win for the Grizzlies. Goes point to point, back to. Gets sent down the ice, trying to spark a breakaway opportunity. Kind of does. And here we go on the backhand. What a move! Luke Crooked Neck. How dare you? Embarrassing. As he goes forehand to backhand and pots it back door, beating everyone, including the goaltender, Daryl Auger, on that one. Off the draw. Grizzlies push it forward. Tries to backhand it. Centering feed. Off the backhand and right back at ya. The Grizzlies. When they shoot to score, and that's exactly what happened off of that backhand. Caillou Yellowknee pots in his first of the night. And now it's back to a 2-goal lead for the Grizzlies. Grizzlies dump it in down low to retrieve it behind the net. And getting pressed up into the boards there. The top of the point, a quick shot there off the glass. Sent down the ice. Through the blue line. Grizzlies looking to pot it out of their zone, trying for the center ice feed. Flipping it up ice. Landerote shooting off the post. Blue crooked net couldn't get it as that puck got away from him. And it's rimmed around the boards all the way down the ice. And they're going to call that icing. Face-off win for the Grizzlies as they head man up ice from Gladue. Gladue, 2-on-1. Passing, shooting. Now from the D, down low, throwing one out in front. Rims along the boards and out come Keegan Bear. Bear back for Gamble. Gamble shooting, got nice and close to the net but couldn't pull the trigger. As now Ira Gladue for the Grizzlies spins, passes in front. Rebound opportunity, shooting off the stick of a Chiefs defender. Through the neutral zone and into the offensive zone come the Grizzlies. It's going to get picked off, however, by Whitestone, who makes his way up through neutral zone. It's going to get sticked aside there by Daryl Auger. Now at the point, sends a loose one on net. One more. So goes over to Auger. On the right side, gets a stick in the way to behind the net. Rims it around the boards. And that was kept in. However, they're going to call offside on the play. Thus meaning it wasn't kept in, but I digress. Spinning off his checker there. Alan Anderson now enters the zone. Backhand pass over to Gordy Landeroute. Now in the right-hand corner. Gets away from them. It goes to Chiefs puck. Chiefs up the ice. Bear. Shooting, scores. Keegan Bear. Before this game, he's leading in goals and assists and points for this Chiefs squad. And now he gets another one for his team. to bring it within one. Grizzlies in their own zone. Passing it over to Landeroot. Up the ice. Trying to make their way to the net. Penalties. Delayed penalty on the play, as the Grizzlies are going to get a chance on the offense here. It's going to be a hook and call. And it looks like Chiefs centerman Bear is going to get kicked out of the draw, but he will be able to kick it out of their zone for the clear. Up the ice come the Grizzlies. Larry Yellowknee on the right side. Sharp angle shot, looking for the backdoor tap in. Jacob Anderson was there. Now to the point. One-timer, slap shot, rebound open, diving save. Wow. Great save from Shelby Chief, who's keeping his team in this one. 2 minutes, 13 seconds to go in this second and final frame of the hockey game. It's dumped in down the ice and banked off the boards there by Auger. Up for Gladue. Gladue on the left side gets his stick lift, and Luke Crookedneck sends it down the ice. Ira Gladue passes over to his defensive partner, Alan Anderson. Anderson moves it up the ice on the right-hand side. Making its way towards the nets, but they'll lose the puck, and it's going to get shot down the ice. First two, it's going to be Larry Yellowknee. Yellowknee backhands it over to Jacob Anderson. Anderson through the ice, tries to split the D, sends on a quick one on net, and he'll be first to it. It's going to get shot down, but kept in by Cohen Cunningham. One-timer, ripper right into the glove of Shelby Chief, who reads that one all the way. Quick one on net, goes wide. It's kept in, however. Tries to center it. Pass, hits the skate. Backdoor feed. Unable to capitalize on that one, as it's going to get centered once more, but this time it's Kaijin Bear with the puck. Bear trying to center that one, but a good stick by John Yellowknee. So now the Grizzlies with 10 seconds left on the power play. Move it in. The Grizzlies, a quick shot on the play, but no goals forthcoming as they pass it off. And a final attempt will do it as they send it down the length of the ice for Luke Crookedneck. Crookedneck gets caught in his skates off a good poke check there. Sends one on net. Another chance, but it comes way up into the top of the netting. Referees asking for the change to not be made for the Grizzlies, as Ira Gladju has to come back out on the ice, and they'll switch up the center draw. They'll come back. First to it is Heston Bird. Moves it up ice. Now in the left side corner from behind the net. Stops. Waits. Moves it up. This is Auger. Auger to Anderson. Now it's turned over, and the Grizzlies move it up the ice, or rather, the Chiefs. Now in the corner. Try to center it off the backhand in the right side corner. Bit of a shove there that was missed by the referee. Slap shot blocked there as the Grizzlies have a chance the other way. But it's going to be a good stick lift there. Sent down the length of the ice for icing for the Chiefs. And up the side boards comes Landon Lewis. Lewis. And I think there's going to be a penalty on the play, or something rather. Yeah, it's going to be John Yellowknee headed to the box. And the Grizzlies are going to have to go on the kill once again. These are crucial minutes for the Chiefs, as over the next 3 minutes, it'll go down to just 5 minutes left in the hockey game if they can't capitalize on the power play. They move it in, gets blocked. Grizzlies sifted up ice. Bear behind his own net. Moves it up to Gamble. Gamble trying to break through that blue line barrier, but can't do it, as Kaisenbear has to make the pass back there again. They're going to dump it in down low. First to it's going to be Alan Anderson. Anderson rips it around the boards, but it's kept in as Lou Crookedneck sends it to their D-men. Bear, long shot, rebound opportunity. It's an open net. They lift it above. Holy, wide open net availability, but a bouncing puck leads to it over the net as they'll send it the length of the ice. With a minute and 50 seconds to go in this power play for the Chiefs. Chiefs move it up to Crookedneck. They enter the zone a little offside, and the ref's going to catch that, as that'll kill some valuable time for the Grizzlies. We're only up by 1. Originally in this game, they were leading 3-0, but the Chiefs have made their way back in it. And kicking it up. Unable to do so. They're going to call that, as it looks like number 17, Darian Gamble, is going to head to the box for the Chiefs. A tough loss, as this power play for the Grizzlies, not only are they going to have to kill it during clock stoppage time. That's right, because within 1 goal, it's going to be stop clock with 5 minutes to go. So that's a 3-minute power play with clock stopping in between whistles, but also in a time where they're down by 1 and they need a goal. Kaisenbear moves his way, sends one on net, but it's fanned on. As he'll spin and try to send one towards in front. It's now behind his own net. Braden Auger. Auger sends it up ice. Backhanded in down low. It's 4-on-4 for another 10 seconds before the Grizzlies add an extra attacker. Sent over to the other side. Moved along. Grizzlies 3-on-1. Passing over, shooting. A sprawling save, rebound opportunity, scores! Kinoje finds Larry Yellowknee, or rather that was Gordy Landeroot, who finds the back of the net at a crucial time with 4 minutes, 39 seconds to go. The power play will be nullified, however, so for the next 4 minutes and 39 seconds, the Grizzlies are going to have to kill this time. Passing the puck over from behind the net. Here are the Grizzlies spinning off his check to the D. Slap shot from down low, trying to tip in front. Back out in front. It comes to Landell Lewis, who sends it over to center ice. A good move there by Gamble. Gamble off the toe, backhand shot. But a poke check there by Daryl Auger, who was way out of position. As Kaijin Bear enters the zone. Sprawling to cover it up was Daryl Auger there, as Landell Lewis was looking for the rebound. Face off to the right of Auger. And they're going to take a timeout here for the Onion Lake Border Chiefs, as we're going to wait a short minute while they take their timeout. We're going to be right back after the break for the final 3 minutes and 45 seconds of the hockey game. Timeouts conclude, and out on the ice come both teams as they prepare to close this one out. Whether the Chiefs are able to come back in the final 3 minutes or not, we're about to find out. Rimmed around the boards and up ice. It's sent along the way behind the net and up into the glass. Grizzlies winning it back to their D-men. Alan Anderson passing it up. Quick shot from the dot. Now behind the net. It's Nelson Anderson with it. He gets hauled down to the ice. Looks like no call on the play. Anderson moving it up. Slap shot. Good blocker save there. Sent up on the left side boards. as Gamble makes his way through center ice. Behind the nets, Auger tries to move it up. A quick shot attempt there by Bear. Bear sends one. Anderson flicks it up. Two minutes, 30 seconds to go. Up the ice, gets picked. His pocket was Luke Crookedneck. Ends up on the save of John Yellowknee, excuse me. Backhand feed there for Ira Gladue. Ends up in the right-hand corner and then behind the net. Puck sitting behind the net. Comes out to the Chiefs, who have a 2-on-1, but Gladue finds in front of the net, couldn't pull the trigger, and then a shot away there by 87 Jacob Anderson. Jumps over a few sticks in the neutral zone and back into the Grizzlies' own zone. They'll go back and forth with it and then send it down the length of the ice. That's going to be icing. With a minute and 30 seconds to go in the hockey game, the Grizzlies are still up by 2. A timeout called for the Grizzlies. We're going to go to a minute-long break. And we join you back with both teams on the ice. To the right of Daryl Auger with a minute 30 to go. The Grizzlies looking to kill as much time as possible. And the Chiefs on the chopping block. Chiefs rimming around the corner. They're going to need 2 quick ones here if they want to live to see Sunday. Chiefs dumping it all the way down the ice. That's going to be icing with a minute and 7 seconds left to go. From the face-off dot. Grizzlies dump it down low. Behind his own net, Lendl Lewis passes over to his defensive partner. It'll go back to Lewis. They need 2 goals in the final minute here as they'll pull their goalie in an attempt for the extra attacker. Pushing it up ice from the point. Good move here. Now back in on the ringette line. Down low for Bear. Gets off a stick. It's going to be kept in by Crookedneck. And then Crookedneck gets his pocket picked. And a shot here to finish off the game as the Grizzlies shoot and score as the final 20 seconds of the game. That'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. Final score 6-3 for the Grizzlies. As we're going to take a break and interview someone who just played on the game. So we'll be right back here soon with an interview for you. shortly.
Jay, how you feeling after that one?
Pretty tired right now, so I don't know.
I mean, you saw a lot of shots, so.
There's a few. There are a couple I should have had, but the boys helped me out a lot, so a lot easier when you have a good team.
Yeah, for sure, and you made some really good quality saves, a lot of saves that needed to happen. You know, the score shows 6-3, but in reality, that game was a lot closer.
Yeah, it felt like a one-goal lead the whole time. Like we're up 3, but still, you never know with these tournaments.
And how long have you been doing? How long have you been doing tournaments at the Native Hockey Alberta for provincials? How many years have you done provincials?
Honestly, I tried retiring a couple of years ago, so I'm just in and out of it. I work a lot, so whenever I can, I try to come out here. And it was nice. Some Whitefish asked me, so just fun to play.
Have you ever won with your team?
Never won yet, no, but I have a good feeling with this team. The guys are good, defense are good, so it helps out a lot with me.
Well, absolutely, and best of luck in the tournament. I'm here with DJ. That was the Grizzlies, and we're going to be right back with the next game very soon. Thank you so much.
Enoch as well. If you can't say it, you can say Enoch. But if you can say it, say it. Learn some free here. You know what? I should have had headphones so I can hear it.
You need Bluetooth.
You know we have those that board set, right?
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NHAC TV as we're bringing you the next matchup of the night. We've got the Good Fish Lake Flames versus the Muskakosick Enoch. As it gets dumped in down low for Enoch to retrieve. Enoch trying to move it up ice. Breaking out of their own zone here, but Good Fish with the turnover, shooting, but a good blocker save there. Backhanded over to Jackson. Jackson with a shot on net, goes wide. Now in the corner, a quick shot from a sharp angle. A rebound once again, scooped up and absorbed by Alexis Alexander. Face-off win for Enoch. Enoch almost giving up in their own zone. So it goes over to Christian Foulds. Now dumped in down low. Enoch in the corner. Trying to spin off his checker, but it's going to be Good Fish. And a shot whistles wide of the net. Good Fish sends it down the ice for a dump in. Comes right back to Trey Delavier. Tried for the stick lift. Now Enoch in the neutral zone. Good Fish goes across the ice for Carson Baptiste. Baptiste driving through the center. Enoch dumps it out of their own zone. Through center ice, tipped in by Enoch. Behind the nets, gets caught in front with Alexis Alexander out behind his own net. Now through neutral ice, Enoch enters the offensive zone. Enoch spinning down low, a quick shot from a tight angle, and the rebound ends up behind the net. Now in the corner, shot from the point, and a potential odd man rush here through the legs, trying to get the shot away, but unable to capitalize. Now Enoch's turn to rush on in. Shooting. Now up to the point. Shooting from a distance. Gets captured there by Terry James Nelson, goaltender for the Good Fish Lake Flames. Enoch's versus Good Fish Lake's brother in the Good Fish Lake 2 team, and they mercied them out 7-0. The Flames moving it up ice. Shooting from a distance. Dallas sparkling eyes. Couldn't get a hold of that one. As they fall. Enoch now driving up. Shooting. Blocker save there by Terry James. Now to behind the net. Enoch. It moves up ice. The Flames rim it around the boards. Over to Gavin Alexander. Alexander moves through a few good fish players and passes it up. Now in the left side corner, ends up behind the net. Moving it with speed is Donald. Donald gets his pocket picked right in front by Ward. Ward sends it up. A good timely stick lift there by Rosachuk. But now Enoch once again. Foulds looking for the pass. Gavin Alexander backhands it down for Foulds. Foulds behind the net, loses the puck, and it's retrieved by Trey Delver. Now the right side point, shooting, rebound opportunity. Then a centering pass picked up by Brennan Rosachuk. Good fish. Moving their way up the ice. Shooting. Trying to catch Alexis Alexander off guard. But the netminder stands tall and keeps the puck out of the net. Sent down into Enoch's zone. Off the board, stopped and kept in, but the referee's going to blow the whistle on that one. It's going to be offside, as despite arguing, it's going to stay offside, and the Goldfish go to the draw. Face-off win. And it's sent down the length of the ice for Enoch's goaltender to pick it up behind the boards. Now with speed comes Rowan McDonald. Trying to pass it across. What a blocker save there. Now from the top of the point, a fan shot by Brett Morrisseau as the Good Fish Flames enter the zone once again offside with a late shot on net. Face-off victory for Enoch in their own zone. Flicking it up ice, but it's going to be kept in the zone by Ori Wood of the Flames. Now on the right side corner, it's rimmed around the boards. With speed, Darwin Ward picks up behind his net. Hands it off to Kalel Jackson. Jackson moving up the ice with speed. Shooting. And a good shoulder save as it ends up behind the net once again. Enoch pressing forward in the offensive zone. And a high stick here. Referee's going to blow down the whistle. Going to be a penalty on the play. Or there should be anyway. But the referee doesn't have anyone to go to the box. I think they're signaling for number 4 or 9, whoever went off, to get into the box for high sticking. And it's going to be number 14. Jaden Shirt's going to serve it. I'm not even 100% sure if he was on the ice. I'm trying to get some problems here on the ice settled, as there might be a bit of blood. So that should be a double minor if that's the case. It's going to be an offensive zone draw for Enoch. And they're going to be on the power play. It's a double minor, so it's going to be 6 minutes on the clock. Trying to dump it down low. It's going to be flung down the ice. Good fake there by Alexander, keeping the fans on their toes. Moving it over. Pass out in front, shooting. A good save there. Now Goodfish killing the time, gets tripped up on the play, and there will be a penalty. Looks like it's going to be 4-on-4 for at the very least 3 minutes. And then the power play will continue for Enoch afterwards. Tries to get a quick one on net. But instead, Enoch. Donald chasing after the puck. It's flicked above his stick. Move it to Jackson, who sends it down the ice as goaltender Alexander plays the puck. Now up comes Enoch. Goes around Jackson and gets tripped up on the play. No arms come up as Goodfish moves up ice. It's going to be stolen by Marcus Morin. Hands it off, and a quick shot there right into the glove of Terry James. Didn't even blink. Goodfish tried to chase it, unable to do so. Enoch moves up ice. Flips it up, fires on net, spinners around. Cross the crease, shooting, and a good glove stop there. As Terry James takes his rest and looks to his left as he's going to be having to go right back into position. Left side corner, 2-on-2 battle. Out comes Enoch. Passing down low. Wrap around. gets hauled down to the ice. No arms come up. Jackson behind the net. Shoots to the right-hand side. The Flames come up ice. Flicked up towards. Turn shot there. It's going to be a race for the puck now. Gets caught up in the skates of Kyler Stenhauer. Waiting behind his net is Carpton Baptiste for the Flames. Baptiste flips it all the way up and down the ice as the power play has begun for Enoch once again. Enoch chasing after that one. Carson Baptiste fakes the shot, and now he'll take it himself. On the left side, Baptiste trying to make his way through defender Marcus Morin. And now behind the net, a chance out in front. Turned over at neutral ice. Heading in is Darwin Ward. Now for Enoch up ice. Christian Foulds. Foulds shooting. Passing over to his D-man. It's going to be sent back up. Here's a breakaway opportunity for Brendan Rosachuk. Off the backhand, a great poke check there by Alex Alexander. Rebound opportunity and another great save. This game stays tied at 0. Moving it up ice. Enoch in their own zone, trying to get through neutral ice. Unguarded. Out comes Foulds, centering pass, but it's a bobbling puck as Gavin Alexander can't quite handle that one. Keegan Power sent one on net, now ends up in the right side corner. It's turned over for Goldfish. Fans on that one is Brody Rosachuk. Sends it the length of the ice. That's going to be icing as they're going to have to go all the way back into Goldfish Lake Flames, Goodfish Lake Flames territory. Tries to spark a breakout opportunity for the Flames. None forthcoming. Now behind the net. Caught up in the skates as it'll break loose as Travis Shirt comes out with it. He'll flick it up ice, but it's going to hit the netting and end up back in Enoch's zone. Two minutes to go in this first period. Still tied at 0. If you're just joining us now, it's the Goodfish Lake Flames versus the Maskikosik Enoch. With speed. Into the Goodfish territory. Fish territory. And that landed on net, but Terry James stays perfect so far in this one. to the point, shooting, and quickly covered up by Terry James as he's not giving any opportunity for some garbage goals out front in his crease. We got a packed arena here in Castle Downs Arena A as these two teams are ones to watch, both highly touted and very popular. Drop pass, fans on it. Now Travis Shirt the other way. A good pocket pick there by Carson Baptiste as he now headmans for the Flames up the ice. Just gets away from himself. Now in the right-hand corner. Good move. Cuts center. Takes a shot and tips off the stick and out of bounds. Glad to be sponsored by Roca Modular Homes. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast. We're going to be back after this short intermission break. And we're back and into action. As off of that play, the good fish enter the zone offside. Goes over to Enoch on the left side, boards. Enoch pushing up ice. Gets tipped up and high by Keegan Power. Now on the left-hand boards. Kept in there and moved up ice for a good fish. Shooting, that beats the likes of Alexis Alexander, but does not beat the crossbar. Good fish, first to it. Good blocker save there. Back to the point. A shot, rebound open, but none could capitalize as Travis Schertl backhanded out of trouble. First two, it's going to be Darwin Ward for the Flames. Out comes Baptiste with the puck on the left-hand side, shooting, blocker save, scores! Wait, no, it's not going to go as it was going to be knocked out by Alexander. I thought that was a goal. I thought it was in the back of the net. It's a 2-on-1 the other way now. Fake shot, shoot, scores! Lyndon Donald, that one is confirmed for the first one of the night. Enoch, 1, Goodfish Lake 0. Enoch wins the draw and takes it all the way in the offensive zone. Shooting from distance, but a good glove save there by Terry James. As now the game is officially no longer scoreless. Enoch's going to have to get a new centerman. So they will. Drag the puck. Backhanded in front. Shot from close proximity. Another one from a sharp angle by Fultz. Kept in there. And now down low, another sharp angle shot. Goodfish are taking a beating over the last few minutes. The momentum from the goal has really carried onward. Now here's Goodfish in the offensive zone. Dumping it down low. First two is Baptiste. In the corner. It's a 2-on-1 down there. Comes up to Enoch, who sends it up ice towards Christian Fultz. Fultz enters the zone, passing through the legs, but it's going to get popped up into the air and caught by Terry James Nelson. Another great save for the Goodfish Lake Flames goaltender. It's going to get turned over in the neutral zone. Pass here, breakaway opportunity. What a save! Alexis Alexander. How do you do it? Misses the poke check, but plants the pad in the perfect place. Right in front of the net. Tipped up high and caught once again. Enoch with possession in their own zone. Headmanning up the ice. They flick it up. But it's going to get caught by Sparkling Eye. Excuse me, who sends it upwards. Ori Wood retreats back into his own zone. Over back to Ori Wood. Sends it up the ice. A good pass there, but unable to retrieve it was Brody Rosachuk. Rosachuk fans on the puck. Glove down and skating after is Travis Shirt. Shirt sends one on net. That goes wide. Kept in, but it's going to get turned over. And now a 2-on-1 for Goodfish. 2-on-1 the other way. A long shot off the glass and out of bounds. Moving it up for Enoch after a good face-off victory. Gets tipped into the zone, but the refs are going to elect that as no touch on the play. It'll go back into Enoch's zone. Centering face-off here's Ori Wood takes the draw for Goodfish. Flames win it, and a quick shot off the draw by Dawson Iverson. Iverson in the corner. Hands it off to Wood. Wood trying to make a move, but he's pressured by two Enoch players. As it ends up in the left side corner and blowing a tire there. No call on the play. Out comes Enoch. Austin Cunningham on the right side. Passes, but it's going to get picked off by Makoka's Shirt. Puck going back and forth, up and down the ice. Enoch with it, centered. Nothing forthcoming. Goodfish now, the Flames on the left-hand side. With speed behind the net. Turning it around, behind. Spinning, shooting in front, scores! Number 8, Carson Baptiste gets the first for the Flames, and it's a tied 1-1 hockey game. Enoch tries to push through the neutral zone, but they get stopped at the blue line, so they'll elect to dump it in on the second try. Jackson tries to put it on the boards, but it's going to get lost in the feet and sent on net, but a good stick there to block any traffic. Now in the corner, all alone, Enoch. Little pressure as they'll turn it around the zone to the other side. Spin move now from a sharp angle to the backhand. Shot, but a great, better pad save by Terry James. Sent down the length of the ice for Alexis Alexander. The Flames send it up ice. Now onto the right side. Shooting from distance, rebound, scores! Trey Delver off the rebound. Goodfish now find themselves up by 1. From down by 1 to up by 1 in the span of 3 minutes. Now Enoch in their own zone. Passing it over to John Thomas. Moving up ice. Now to Flames forward, Dallas Sparkling Eye into the zone, shooting, and a good pad stop there by Alexander. Now moving up ice with Seeds, Travis Shirt elects to go east to west and is pushed off the puck as it's going to be called offside. Kevin Jackson. Now Goodfish in the zone. Walking the blue line, a long shot, tipped in front. Is now Enoch's Lyndon Donald behind his own net. Gaining speed, Donald on the right side. Donald, sharp angle shot. That'll whistle wide of the net and hit the boards. Back down low in the corner. Out in front, a few set of shots, but some better saves by Terry James Nelson.
Hey, who won the Blueberry game?
Face-off win for the Flames. They rim it around the boards until it's behind the nets. Centering feed once again. And they score! It's in the nets! Another off the rebound, and it's tied 2-2. Travis Shirt, or rather, that was Chase Morin, who is quick to follow the handshake line. Goodfish wins the draw back to their D. Now moving it up ice. Tries to sift it through a couple players. Off the boards and out. Or almost, at least, as the Flames will keep it in. Spinning off of the pressure is Aiden Hunter. Hunter from the point, shooting, looking for a deflection out front. Another shot from the point. A bouncing puck just wide of the net. Over to the neutral ice. Now over on the left side. Passing up. Now to an open man. Shooting. Hitting off the boards. Back up to Christian Foulds. Foulds over to Keegan Power, who dumps it in. A long feed. Now back to Christian Foulds. Trying to get it down low. He'll grab it and take a quick shot on the net, and that'll go wide. As Jackson now makes his way up ice. Jackson through center, shooting, and a great save by Alexander as it's right on the G, or O rather, of Enoch. And that's Sam, the 50-50 man, with a reminder to purchase your 50-50 tickets online. Jackpot is now over $11,000, so make sure you purchase your 50-50 tickets. Scan the QR code on the screen. And as we go right back into the hockey game, Goodfish can't hold it in the zone. Jackson relieves some pressure on his own end as he stops up on the blue line. Pushes it up. Slap shot. Good save there by Alexander. Now over the boards and down the ice for an icing call as Enoch will head to their defensive zone for the next draw. 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go in this final half. Whether or not we're going to be here to see overtime will be decided over these next 8 minutes. Flames made the pass, shooting it up through the legs, but once again, they're going to regroup in their own zone. Now wheeling it up the ice is Lyndon Donald. Donald backhand to forehand, a good pad save there. Travis Shirt looking for the pass, finds someone out in front, but good fish to recollect after that. Donald once again retrying. But now, Carson Baptist shooting and a blocker save there as Alexander puts that aside to the corner. Enoch, 3-on-2. Passing to the corner, shot on net. That, I believe, tipped off the glove of Terry James and out of play. Ooh, that puck hit right into the referee as he winces in pain, falls to the ice. Now it's a breakaway the other way. Shooting. What a save. Rebound opportunity. Another save by Alexander, keeping his team in the game. Now backhand up the ice comes Enoch. From the corner, shooting out in front, and a collision in front of the nets. Now back to Marcus Morin. Kept in over to the right side. Morin shooting off the body once again. Spinning is Christian Foulds. Now up for Morin. Over to the right side. Making a move but couldn't get the shot away. As now the Flames, Ori Wood on the right side, slap shot. Good save there as it ends up behind the net. The ref's gonna quickly blow the whistle. Good face-off win there from Austin Cunningham for Enoch. Enoch up into the offensive zone. Coming out of the nets as Gavin Alexander hands it off. Moving up the ice is Brett Morrison. Brett spinning, passing to his D-man. Morriso from the point. Shooting. D to D. As Flames once again will be able to dump it down low. Just 24 seconds remain in this power play for Enoch. Coming up ice. Shooting, trying to catch Terry James off guard. And now good fish on the breakaway. Shooting, what a save! Another great save for Gavin Alexander as Enoch pushes up the ice as the penalty dies down to a close. A Forsberg move attempt there. Now the Flames, once again, it's Carson Baptist, who had the breakaway earlier, gets stopped up And it gets turned over at neutral ice, twice over. Now Enoch with a chance closer to the net. Backhands it up to the point. Quick shot looking for the tip out in front. Stolen by Marcus Morin, who enters the zone now. On the right side with speed. Trying to center that one. And it's going to be shot down the length of the ice for icing. And an offensive zone draw will come for Enoch at the end of that. With 2 minutes and 41 seconds to play in this second half. Both teams are tied at 2. We have yet to see a victory in overtime today. We've seen 2 shootouts. So will this game go to overtime? We're about to find out in the next 2 minutes, 41 seconds. In the corner, trying to send one on net. I don't think Terry James saw that one, as it's once again sent down the length of the ice, and the referee's going to call icing. 2 minutes, 28 seconds. Back to the D-man, quick shot. As it's going to get backhanded up ice. Enoch trying to move it down low. Behind the net. Up to their D-man. It's going to get blocked there. It's trying to spark a breakaway. Alexander tries to cover that. And there's a penalty on the play. With a scrum behind the net as Goodfish players fight Enoch. It looks like Stenhauer pulls off the helmet of Brody Rosichuk. And let's see what the penalties are going to be given for the final 2 minutes and 4 seconds. And I think there's going to be a timeout called here. Not 100% sure, however, though. And so it looks like the referee is going to get both of them in the box. It's going to be coincidentals for 2 minutes, as it is stop time now. They're going to put in also number 6, Cassidy Morin. So I think that it's actually going to be a power play for Goodfish for the remaining 2 minutes of the game. Some discussions with the referees and the captains. Looks like it's going to be a 2-minute penalty, as Enoch's going to be on the penalty kill for the final 2 minutes. Win for Enoch, because they're going to look to dump it down the ice. Good move there as Rowan McDonald makes his way down low and it gets shot out of bounds. Only going to be about 3 seconds of non-power play time before the end of the game, meaning for pretty much the remainder of it, Enoch's going to be having to kill time as much as they can. Good fish. Rims it around the boards. It's going to go, and Enoch's going to send it back in their own zone. Goaltender, Alexander, puts it on the glass, try to kill some more time. Now back to the center for McDonald. Sharp angle shot, rebound out in front, scores! Short-handed Enoch. Can you believe it? As McDonald gets the first shot, followed up by Lyndon Donald. And now Goodfish Lake's backs are against the wall, and they have to spend the next minute 23 scoring, or otherwise they will be eliminated from Sunday contention. It's going to be a timeout for Goodfish, so we'll be right back. After the 20-second timeout, and you can only be wondering what's going through some of these Goodfish players now that the pressure really is on. Before, it was one of those things where it would be really nice to have the goal and win the game prior to overtime, but now it's either score or lose.
How many viewers do we got? $11,000 jackpot. 65. 65. 43 now.
Now to take the face-off draw. Goodfish gets first to the puck. Still send it to their D. Over, across the ice. Circling. To the right side. Shooting. And now on the left side corner. Left side brings it in down low. Back up top here for Ori Wood. Shooting it low once again. Trying to cycle it back to Ori Wood, who shoots it across. A little hard of a pass, and it goes down the length of the ice, looking for the empty net. And the referee accidentally blows the whistle for an icing, not remembering that this is a 6-on-4 opportunity. And now they're going to bring it to center ice to try to make up for it. Goaltender back in the crease for Goodfish. As Enoch sends it down the length of the ice. Breaking through, Austin Cunningham shooting. Rimmed around the boards. With speed comes Jackson. Here's Jackson shooting from distance. And into the netting off the stick of a Enoch defender. Just 15 seconds to go. The Flames, early on in this second half, they had a 2-1 lead. Now, with just 16 seconds to go, they have to score to tie it and bring it to overtime. Off the draw, Ori Wood's gonna take it. Goalie pulled. Ori Wood wins it. Quick shot, it's open. Diving save, it stays out. It stays out. No goal, 7 seconds to go. They're gonna have to bring it back up the ice. Ori Wood dumps it in. Enoch back out, and that'll do it. The game is over, and Enoch wins. Alexis Alexander keeping the puck out in the most crucial moments to keep the game up 3-2, and Enoch takes the win here at Castle Down. And that'll do it for the game. Final score 3-2. I'm Jordan McComb commentating for you tonight here. We're going to be right back after the flood for the next game of the night. Thank you all so much for listening, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're starting the next game of the night, the second last one, actually, of the broadcast, as we bring you Saddle Lake versus Sutina. As Saddle Lake comes in with speed, shooting on Sutina. We saw Sutina earlier today, in fact. There they, I believe they won their matchup, if I'm remembering correctly. Off the back end, scores. Rebound after rebound. The captain, Lee J. McGuinness, scores for Enoch, or Sutina, excuse me. So Sutina did win 7-0 against Mikisew earlier today. Sutina wins it back. It's now 1-0 very early on in this one. Saddleback moving up the ice onto their forehand. Around the boards. And behind the net, Saddleback in front. Shooting, and a good save there by Brandon Whitney. Brandon Whitney had to be sharp off that one. Now a shot from the point there. Puck goes out of bounds and off the ice. But they're going to bring it back. It's going to be a retry from the same spot. To the point. Quick shot. Rebound opportunity. It's open, but a sprawling save and cover by Brandon Whitney as he hops on that puck, and Sutina goes off for a change. Sutina up the ice. Saddleback, or Saddle Lake rather, makes their way in the offensive zone. However, they're going to blow it down. Interesting color, or a jersey rather, for Saddle Lake. 4,620. They've got the numbers on their crest. As Sutina moves in. Saddle Lake tries to get it out of their zone, but Sutina now down low. Back up on the corner to trigger two guns, keeping it in, backhands it lower. No ice stick call. Up the ice on the right side. Here comes Saddle Lake. Backhands in front of the net. Enoch. Headmanning it up ice. Gets turned over. And backhanded into the zone. And that will get tipped out of bounds for another stoppage of play. They'll come back up, and a quick shot on the net. Once again, the puck's flipped up and out of bounds. So they'll bring it back down low for another defensive draw for Sutina. Quick shot off the play, loses the stick was Johan Crowchild. It's now for Saddle Lake. Ethan Makokas moves it up for Ralph Cardinal. Cardinal on the right side behind the net. Whips around down low. Cardinal behind the net. Sifts it through a few players trying to get out front. He's going to get knocked down by Dodging Horse. But Windy Makokas has the puck. Moving it up. With speed, Dylan Belrose off the backhand. A sprawling save as the pads were stacked for Brandon Whitney. Trying to move it up ice now. Darian Cardinal, or rather that was McGuinness. And now the captain, spin move. Trying to knock off some pressure as once again, puck is flicked up and out of bounds. It'll go back into Saddle Lake zone. It'll get flicked up there into the left side corner. Now trying to retrieve it there was Caden Big Plume. Big Plume unable to, but it is kept in and shot towards the net. Kept in once again, down low, but it bounces into the glove of Christopher Ward. Shot on net. Then backhanded, trying to get it out of the zone. But it's kept in once again. Saddle Lake pushing it up ice. Going for the pass, but he's going to get pushed, shoved off it. As Mika Crowchild for Sutina brings it in down low. Now Saddle Lake moving up ice. Trey Whitney for Sutina, banks it off the boards hard, right onto the goaltender's stick of Christopher Ward. Saddle Lake behind their own net, moving it up ice on the right side. A battle ensues. And out with it, a backhand centering feed that ends up outside the blue line. Now, quickly, Crowchild moving in, but they're going to whistle it down for, I believe, offside. Face-off win for Saddle Lake. D to D as they try to move up ice. A good stop there by Ethan Makokas. Makokas looking to drive up ice, but he's going to get poke checked. And Johan Crowchild moves up, but it's going to be a slashing call now on, I believe, Sutina's 85, Lee J. McGuinness. McGuinness, one of their top goal scorers in the last hockey game that they played. And their captain as well. I believe he's also the lone goal scorer in this one. Sutina shoots it down the ice. Didn't get everything they wanted on that as Ralph Cardinal puts it back in. And now Saddle Lake trying to get a shot on net off of a good move to get in close. On the blue line, Cardinal rips one to the net. Rebound opportunity. Shot blocked. And it gets dumped out. However, Ethan Makokis puts it right back in onto the stick of Desmond McGuinness. And now Saddle Lake on the left side, on the backhand, tries to center that one, and it goes in. And the scrum ensues as Brandon Whitney, I believe, fell backwards into his net, whether he was shoved or what. I'm not sure what the call on the play was, whether or not this is going to be a goal or what. And it looks like they're asking to eject 71 of Saddle Lake, I think, actually. Preston Anderson. I think they're looking to eject him out of the game. Yep, they're ejecting Preston Anderson. Sutina currently has 2 in the box. Let's see how the refs are going to call up this one. And it looks like the referees have made their final verdict. As 2 are in the box for Sutina and 1 in for Saddle Lake. It's going to be a Saddle Lake shoved against the boards there. Now Saddle Lake with a step to the net. Blocked there by Sutina's netminer, Braden Whitney. Now comes over. Trigger Two Guns. Passes it over to his captain and Lee J. McGuinness. And it's going to get backhanded out of Saddle Lake's zone. Power play. For Sutina. And it gets dumped out once again. But first to it's not going to be Sutina, but a good fake there by Brandon Whitney to relieve the pressure as it's going to get backhanded in. Shooting. A good save there by Christopher Ward. Penalty delayed call on the play. Just a reminder to purchase your 50-50 tickets. $12,180 currently for the jackpot. So make sure to go online, scan the QR code, or head to NHAC.ca to purchase your 50-50 tickets online. Kept in there by Matthew Delver, or rather Dante Whitney. Over on the side, down low. Tight angle shot, rebound opportunity. A sprawling save as it goes down the length of the ice. Just 5 more seconds left on the power play, so that'll do it. As out comes the Saddle Lake player, and they will be back to even strength. Darian Cardinal. Cardinal trying to pass it in front of the net. But a change is made, and Ethan Makokis is going to be first to it behind his own net. He'll send it the length of the ice over to Dante Whitney. Whitney passing it over. Going down the ice with it is Lee J. McGuinness. And it's going to get picked off here. And he'll stop up on the play for Saddle Lake. Rim it around the boards. It'll come up ice for Sutina. A good move there by Trigger Two Guns. He'll be first to it in the corner. Muscled off the puck. And it'll be a hand pass if he touches this. They're going to nullify it. They push up ice. Blocked from the puck was Caden Bigplume. As coming up ice is Matthew Delver now. Stripped of the puck. In front of the net for Sutina. Stopped on the blue line. Back up high. It's going to get chipped in. Backhanded away from the net in the corner, trying to center that one. Saddle Lake sends one down the ice for an intended target that it does not reach. And it'll go all the way back down for an icing. It's going to get tipped in as Sutina's going to chase the puck in the corner. It's going to get shot down the length of the ice as Brandon Whitney goes out to play it. Rims it around the boards. Still in the right side corner. Comes up. Bouncing puck. And that's going to get gloved down, and he held on to it just a little too long as Mika Crowchild is going to head to the box here. Or apologies, not Mika Crowchild, but rather Joan Crowchild. One minute to go in this first half. Face-off win to the point. Saddle Lake to the top of the circle. Cycling it up high. Driving to the net. As now Sutina clears it of the zone. Now Saddle Lake will recuperate. Slap shot off a blocker save 25 seconds to go in the period. Behind the net. Centering pass. Bobbles all over that stick. Another slap shot from the point. Good pad save. On the right side boards. Trying to find a lane. Sees someone. Shoots the puck. Another rebound opportunity, but a great glove cover by Brandon Whitney. As the final seconds of the period draw to a close. And we are going to take a quick 1-minute break and come right back to you. But first, a quick word from our sponsor, Strathcona. Thank you very much for sponsoring our broadcast today, Strathcona Resources. But 1 sec after the break, we'll be back to you with the second half of this hockey game. Sutina down a man for the next 2 minutes and 2 seconds to start off this second half. Saddle Lake wins it back, but first to it's going to be Sutina's captain, McGuinness. McGuinness sends it back to their D-man as they'll kill some more time off the clock. Lee J. McGuinness. Good backhand feed here as a shot opportunity gets blocked there by Jacob Ralph Cardinal. strip to the puck here, trying to make a move through the legs. But Ethan Makokis couldn't get through. Or rather, that was number 9 of Sutina. And a big scramble there for the puck. It's sent down the length of the ice. And in between the skates of Makokis. Quick shot on net. Sutina's goaltender. Will he have it? No goal, no goal. Refs marking it as no goal on the play. Ethan Makokis is trying to say his case. However, the ref blew it down, and it's going to be no goal. To the right of Brandon Whitney. Still the 1-0 for Sutina. A quick shot there. As it's put up all the way to Ethan Makokis. Off the stick and around the boards. As it's going to get sent the length of the ice for the final 2 seconds of the clock will be killed. And out comes an on-rushing Johan Crowchild, who's fresh from 3-minute break in the box. Now up the ice for Brandon Dodging Horse. Dodging Horse tries to send it up the ice. He'll get stopped up at the blue line. And now with speed in comes David Buck. Sends one on net, but an easy stop for Brandon Whitney in the crease. Dylan Belrose taking the draw for Saddle Lake. And here's an on-rushing Caden Bigplume for the breakaway. Caden Bigplume shooting, blocker save by Christopher Ward. And now Saddle Lake looks to respond. Dylan Belrose shooting from a distance. And he fell towards the ice, as now Sutina is being bullied and a whacking out of play. A bit of rough stuff to boot. Number 7 on Sutina, Tayson Swampy McGuinness, was being checked a fair bit on that last sequence. And out comes 2-0, scores! Back and forth. Darian Cardinal and Dylan Belrose get a 2-on-1 opportunity, and they do not mess it up. And picked off at center ice is their captain, trying to run through the D-man, but a strong and tall Cardinal stops him on his way. Sutina in the neutral zone, dumps it in. Turnover. Sutina sends one on net, but it's going to get flutter wide. A second opportunity. And a good pinch there. And now Ethan Makokis off the backhand. Scores! Shoots off the bottle, Ethan Makokis. What a goal by Ethan Makokis off the backhand. And that'll bring Saddle Lake to lead for the first time this game. Sutina wins it back for their D-men. Off the boards. Trying to go down low. It's pushed up the ice. Rimmed around the boards to behind the net. Sutina with plenty of room. Slap shot. Trying to get the tip out in front, but it's going to go wide of the net. Picked off at neutral ice. Here's Big Plume trying to pass it up. Stopped at the blue line. Looking for the backdoor tap-in. They move up ice. Good stick lift there as it's going to be turned over. Saddle Lake dumps it in. Saddle Lake on the backhand. Tries to put it through traffic, but it bounces off of too many skates and comes back to Sutina. Shooting, bounce off the stick and down the length of the ice. It's going to get rimmed around the boards. Sutina trying to cycle it, but it goes to Dylan Belrose, who passes it over to Ethan Makokis, most recent goal scorer. And now Sutina one-on-one. Takes it wide. Trying to get one on net, does, but it hits the post, and in front of that, scores! Collects his own rebound and then passes out in front for Trigger Two Guns to shoot it, all fitting to his name in the net. Sutina now tied 2-2 with 15 minutes and 54 seconds to go. Saddle Lake begins moving it up ice. Dumps it down. Cardinal moves it up for Ethan Makokis behind his own net. Makokis shooting it up. Suffocated at the blue line and forced to dump it in. Retrieving it is most recent goal scorer, Cardinal, or rather, Trigger Two Guns. Looking to send in a few other ones on net. Saddle Lake will send it up the ice. That's going to be an icing. Intended target, Ethan Makokis, just a little bit behind the play. A right-hand face-off dot. Slap shot from the point, looking for a tip out in front. It's going to do exactly that, but instead of going in the net, it goes out of bounds. Once again on the dot. Face-off win for Saddle Lake through the neutral zone. Trying to go around the net, but won't be allowed. Big Plume with his back to the play, puts it up. Now it's a one-on-one. He's on a breakaway to the net, backhand. No call on the play, despite the fact that he was hauled down. From behind the net, moving it up ice and off the boards. Saddle Lake is point to point. Now up to the sidewall. Behind their own nets, Sutina. Moving it up ice. Sutina at the neutral zone. Two Guns dumps it in. Behind the net, Christopher Ward plays the puck. He's going to lose it. But Saddle Lake helps him out. Scrum out in front. Breaks free for the D-man. Shooting. Ethan Makokas with speed on the right side. Makokas cuts to the middle, tries for one, gets hauled down to the ice. No whistle on the play. It's going to get sent down, but it's going to be gloved by the likes of Cardinal onto the ice. Now Dodging Horse in his own corner. Dodging Horse sending it all the way down for an icing. Dodging Horse probably just wanted to change off of that one as they were getting stuck in their own zone. Being pushed up ice. Now on the right side. Being moved to center. Drop back. Centered out front. A diving save as that pops up above the net. Slap shot from a tight angle. But a great save there by Brandon Whitney. Once again, keeping the puck out of the net. And I think the refs wants to dish out some penalties. It's going to be 78. Irvin Crowchild for Sutina. This is a crucial time, too. 9 minutes, 41 seconds to go. They're in the final 10 of the game. And a 3-minute power play is not what you want to see. If you're Sutina, that is. As for Saddle Lake, it's a great opportunity. Taking the face-off draw for Saddle Lake, Dylan Bell-Rose. Up to the top of the point, cross feed there. Too many bodies out in front, it doesn't make it through. Makokis passes it off. Gets shot up into the netting. Kept out of the net once again by Brandon Whitney. In the corner, captain Lee J. McGuinness falls over. As now Saddle Lake moves up the ice. To center, quick shot. And another one caught by Brandon Whitney, making some saves at crucial times. Shot down the length of the ice. Into the corner. It's going to be picked off at the blue line. Sutina couldn't quite get the shot off. As now, once again, Saddle Lake has a chance. A cross feed, but Winnie Makokis couldn't have it. Makokis shooting. Another good save off the crest of Brandon Whitney. Still tied at 2-2. Coming down the ice. Backhanding it behind the net. Quick slap shot. Rebound opportunity. A sprawling Christopher Ward. As that hits out. And the referee calls it down as Devin Cardinal Jack is on the ice, and he looks hurt. At the 5-minute mark, it's going to go to stop time. Devin Cardinal on the ice. Off the replay, we can see that it was a bit of a late check there. Shoved him into the boards. But he's up and good again, so that definitely can be a penalty if the referees did end up seeing that. But if they don't, if they didn't, then, well, they've got Sutina player in the box, so, and the right one too, if the replay, what I remember, was correct. So So that's a bit odd. They currently got 4 minutes on the clock, which means that it was a double minor. Because it's stop time, it won't be 3 minutes anymore. That's only for when it is runtime. So it goes back to normal rules in the sense that each minor penalty is worth 2 minutes. Had it been runtime, it would go on for 6 and finish out the game. However, because we went into stop time, it's going to be 4 minutes, which does make you question that if there was only 10 seconds left, if it was 5 minutes, 10 seconds, would it be 6-minute power play? Regardless, it's only going to be 4. The time that it was called, though, was during runtime. I don't know if that would technically also change the rules, but I am curious about the official ruling in the rules book. Regardless, I'm not at all mad at the choice to just put 2 double minors as 4 minutes because that makes a lot more sense than if you were to put 6 minutes. Up is Bell Rose to take the center draw. He loses it, but it's still going to come up. Saddle Lake puck. Saddle Lake to their point. Saddle Lake, Makokis. Makokis stopping up. He's got a lane to the net. Shooting from distance. Comes right back to him. Has another lane, another chance, another block. Brandon dodging horse. Putting his body on the line for a chance at the championship. Now Makokis shooting. Backhand into the pads of Brandon Whitney. To Makokis on the point. Passing it across. Quick shot. Another great save by Brandon Whitney as he rolls and covers. Comes the ensuing Sutina captain, shoots wide of the net, but it comes to their defenseman, Trey Whitney. Whitney backhands it up ice to continue the kill. Trey Whitney to their captain, tries a spin move to relieve some pressure, but here comes on the other way, gets tipped up and out of bounds. Off the stick of number 18 for Sutina. Face-off draw to the right of Brandon Whitney. I know you've heard that name probably all too much this game, but he has been exceptional so far. But can he stay that way for the final 2 minutes and close it out? Well, 3 minutes rather, but 2 minutes of the power play left. Ref's gonna pump fake it. They're gonna have to get a new centerman. Wins it back. Right-hand side. Here comes Makokis. Driving through off the backhand. A good stick save rebound. What a stop, Brandon Whitney. Off balance, but still made the same from the point. Rebound, diving save, rebound, scores! Triple rebound. And Saddle Lake takes it extremely late in the second half with 2 minutes 25 seconds to go. That's how much time Sutina has to tie it. It's about 20 rebounds on that shot, so excuse me, I missed the initial score, but looks like they're going to give it to Darian Cardinal. And captain Lee J. McGuinness wins it back. Moving up the ice, Trey Whitney. Whitney shooting it from distance. Goes down the length of the ice. Mind you, it's 5-on-5 for Sutina now. In front of the net. Rebound opportunity. It's no good. Sutina with one of the best chances they had to tie it up. As McGuinness loses it on the blue line. And just crossing the red line, Dylan Belrose will elect to dump it in. As they are now playing the killing game. As in with speed comes Sutina. Ends up down low. First to grab is Darian Cardinal. He'll hit the boards. Try to get it to center with speed coming in. Cardinal tries to center it, but nobody there. High stick on the play, but no call. And here comes Matthew Delver. Passing it off. Trying to get it down low for an opportunity. And hauled down to the ground. No call on the play. Here's Big Plume passing it off. Quick shot. It flutters to the net as Matthew Delver didn't get everything he wanted on that shot. And the tension in the arena looks like it's about to explode as everyone's right next to each other, too scared to grab one another in fear of a penalty that might just decide the game. Timeout was called, and the 20-second timeout comes to a close as Sutina's probably going to have to pull their goalie if they want a chance to come back in this one. Taking the draw is number 9 for Sutina. He's got to win it back. They're going to need to play 52 efficient seconds of hockey, and they do it over to the D-man. Shooting from distance. Trying to get it tip in front. Up to the captain from the point. To the side, back to captain. Shooting, doesn't get through the traffic as it ends up in the corner. Still in Sutina possession. Waiting, back door. It was open, but nobody could pull the trigger in time. Now from behind the net. Wrap around in front. 20 seconds to go. To the point. Shooting from distance. Up into the air, it's fluttering high. Rebound opportunity. Gets flicked out and down the length of the ice. And that'll do it. The final seconds tick down to a close. 3-2 off of a late goal. Saddle Lake takes it. All right, thank you everyone so much for listening once again to NHAC TV. Reminder to purchase your 50/50 tickets online above $13,000 jackpot. So make sure to scan the QR code. We're going to take a break here up in the booth as we're going to wait for the flood and come back for the final game of tonight before we head over to the championship playoffs tomorrow. Welcome back, viewers and listeners, to NHAC Live as we have the final matchup of the night. We've got ourselves Sucker Creek versus Blueberry First Nation. As starting us off, Sucker Creek early on gets knocked down low for icing. We saw Blueberry First Nation a little earlier on today, not that long ago actually, just a few hours, in a game where Austin Crosley scored 2 goals, their captain, and we interviewed him after the game. Or rather, that was, yeah, Austin Crosley. Apologies, thought I was mixing up with another game for a sec. There's been quite a few today, guys. All right, and a break here. Shooting, rebound opportunity, another pad stop there by Keegan Lang Oakmount. Good stop there once again for the third shot. Moving up the ice, and collision with the referee on the corner. Gets sent down the length of the ice for an icing. Referee's in the corner, slow to get up. He's fixing his elbow pads there. He'll tough it out. Mind you, this has been a long day for a lot of referees. I'm just up here in the booth talking. They're actually skating it out there. It's backhand forward to the net. Up the ice come Blueberry. Storm Noski. It's going to get picked off in a change of possession. As up the other way comes Sucker Creek on the right-hand side. From the point, looking for a tip out in front, goes to the left of the net. Now in the left corner, behind the net. Over in the right-hand boards. Tried to be kept in, but not quite able to. As now, once again, a break here for McNabb. Or rather, that was Carson Chips, yeah. Here's Matthew Apsison moving in. Gets taken away from the puck here. It's now on the left side boards. Going to get dumped down low. Kind of comes out in front, but Sucker Creek's going to grab it. Move it up ice. They're going to cross the red line and flip it down and make a change. Now, Blueberry moving up. Austin Crosley shooting. Trying to add to his collection of goals so far in this one. And then by this one, I mean today. We've had quite a few close games lately. It's been testing quite a bit. A rebound. Another chance, backhanded, scores! Cole Caillou pots in the first one. And is that deja vu or what? Because if I'm not certain, I believe it was that same man, Cole Caillou, who potted in the first one against the Grizzlies as well. Or it wasn't against the Grizzlies. I actually forget who Blueberry. Let me go look through my notes and find who Blueberry actually versed today. Blueberry First Nation versus the Garden River Buffaloes. Earlier today, they won that matchup. I believe it was a 6-1 victory. That I am pretty sure of. Shot from the point, right into the glove of Keegan Lang Oakmount. Centered out in front, backhand shot there by Cole Caillou, trying to put a soft one in. Comes back to the D, slap shot off the blocker. Up the ice, captain Austin Crosley in the corner. Comes out and kept in there. Keegan Pruden, and they score. Comes out in front. And that's going to be Kyle Gladue. Who responds in less than 3 minutes after the last one. Sucker Creek showing they're not one to roll over. Another quick shot on net. There was an open backdoor possibility there on Joshua Cardinal. It's coming up the ice, Carson Chipchia. Off the boards, now up the other way, Daytona Conroy. Conroy passes it off, back to Conroy for the backhand. Out in front, shooting off the pad. Now up once again for Chipchia with numbers. Backhand feed doesn't go. They'll have to retry. Quick shot on net and covered by Lang Oakmouth. And it begins up ice, 3-on-2, but just out of the reach as it'll get rain around the boards. Blueberry now with possession, going up ice. Pass makes it through a few defenders. With another shot opportunity there for Sucker Creek as they have had the offense going after that first goal by Blueberry. Behind the net, trying to sift one through. Sucker Creek gets taken down. Out in front, shot once again. Shooting and scores, snipe top shelf. Keegan Ferguson snipes it from the top of the circle. And now that's the first lead for Sucker Creek in this matchup. Sucker Creek has yet to lose a game. Neither has Blueberry First Nation, mind you. However, it is interesting that Sucker Creek has only allowed 1 goal against in 3 games. Now, that was their second goal allowed against Blueberry First Nation, which shows that this is probably the closest matchup that they've come against. But Sucker Creek, 7-0, 7-1, and 7-0 were their victories. 2 mercy and 1 that was just 1 goal away from it. Now, don't get me wrong, Blueberry had their matchups too. 6-1 victory, 7-0 victory. However, in this one so far, Sucker Creek has proven the better team as they're up 2-1. Behind the net. This might just be a hint to a later round matchup in this tournament. As Blueberry gets stopped there. Nolan Lagace. Lagace has himself a wicked slap shot himself. Fighting for the puck in the neutral zone comes with Cole Caillou. Couldn't handle it. Backhands it back to his captain, Austin Crosley. Loses the puck at center ice. Pokes it. Now they're trying to backhand it up. Quick shot there. Rebound opportunity for Cole Caillou, but he can't capitalize it. And now, once again, Sucker Creek shooting with a rebound, crossbar and out. From the point, trying a tip one-timer. Once again, trying to feed that middle inside. Devon Gray Eyes shoots it out for Blueberry. Now comes to Dennis Noski. Noski over to his defensive partner and through center. Dakota Conroy runs into the referee as he'll send it in. It's going to get put aside there. As now, behind his own net, captain Austin Crosley moves it up ice. Banking it off the boards and into the offensive zone. And here comes Sucker Creek. Sifting it down low. Sylvester Asmussen moves it up towards Austin Crosley. Crosley spins and shoots it over a few players as it comes back up. Now to Keegan Ferguson. Over to Tyler Shantz. Up top. Makes a nice move. Open net. Scores! Keegan Pruden. What a great move to fake the shot, beat the defender, and lock Josh Cardinal in place. What a great goal. Also, we want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, MCU UC, for sponsoring this broadcast. Sucker Creek curling off their pressure as it goes down the length of the ice. Chandler Nip couldn't hold on to that. In the corner, around the boards. Over to Matthew Asmussen, or excuse me, App Sasson. It goes the length of the ice. Ten minutes to go in this first half of an exciting hockey game between two teams that are almost touted to be contenders possibly for this provincial championship. Face-off win. Blueberry up ice, 2-on-1. Off the backhand. Here's an open shot opportunity. What a save by Keegan Long Oakmow. Laying rather, Oakmow. Another opportunity. Tries for the pass there and kept in. It's going to get turned over. Up the other way now. Dakota Conroy. Conroy passing, shooting, scores! Conroy with a great feed to the inside for Kyle Gladue to bank it bar down. It's now 4-1 for Sucker Creek. Turnover shot on Joshua Cardinal as he flashes the leather. Face-off win for Blueberry. To behind the net. Brandon McNabb with the puck. Over to his D-man. Puts it down low, but it's going to get intercepted by Matthew Apsasson. Apsasson took a shot on net, but it's going to get patted aside as they're over in the corner fighting for it. Shooting on net. Apsasson spins. Brandon McNabb now with it. McNabb trying to cut to the middle, but Apsasson there to block the play. Matthew putting up, intercepted at neutral ice, but there's a player, so it's going to be a delayed offside. Sent on net, goes wide, and now it's going to be sent the length of the ice for an icing. Face-off scrum. It'll come Blueberry as they spin it out. Try to keep it in, but it's going to go turn the other way. With speed, Nolan Noski. Noski makes a nice move and shoots just wide of the net. Now Pfeiffer in the corner. Two centering feeds, both missed. Now down low, it hits the referee as Chandler Nim fights for it. Now it's over to the right side, trying to move it up. Nearly got intercepted there. Austin Crosley moves up the ice. Crosley shooting, sends a soft one on net, easily held by Lang Oakmow. Face-off win for Sucker Creek. One sent on net, however. Kyle Gladue now up with it. Tries to get it across for Dakota Conroy. Good stop up there, but it's going to turn over to Cole Caillou. Whistled down as Seth Flett. And there's going to be a penalty on the play, I believe, on Sucker Creek. That's going to go against Dakota Conroy for holding. Face-off win for Sucker Creek as they try to shoot it out, but two players to block it, but it's still going to be Sucker Creek coming up. Gladue tries to cross the ice, but a good defensive stick there by Austin Crosley as now he comes in with speed. Crosley stops up, rims it around the boards onto the left side. Now over to center. Austin Crosley backhands it up. It's going to get picked off by Dakota Conroy. Now comes back up the ice. Cole Caillou passing it up. He'll get tripped up on the play. No penalty going to be called. Sucker Creek moving in. Couldn't get a lane to the net. Now it's going to be Blueberry behind their own net. Moving it on the right side. Tries to cross it, but it's going to get blocked by the stick of Conroy, I believe. Avery McNabb rims it around the boards. Goes to defensive Sylvester Assassin. Moving it up along the boards. In the corner. Blueberry with time. Now behind the net. Trying to wrap it around, centering. But it doesn't go as it'll get turned over. And now Nolan Conroy. Conroy trying to go around his man. Won't be able to. He'll dump it down low. 2 minutes to go in this first half. Nolan Lagace has a ripper of a shot, as we learned in the first matchup against Buffalo, especially on the slap or just below the blue line. Shot rims around the boards. That goes over to Austin Crosley. Now in the corner for Nosky. They'll bring it behind their net for the last minute 30. Slap shot down the ice. That's going to be icing, or excuse me, that's going to clear it for the final remaining 20 seconds of the power play. One last chance up the ice. Austin Crosley passes it over to left side backhand, trying to go to forehand, but instead it's going to get covered. Lang Oakmow only allowing the one goal early on. Quick shot off the draw, gets right into the glove of Lang Oakmow with 45 seconds to go in this first half. Up the ice comes Austin Crosley. Crosley behind his own net. Moving it up left side. Off the boards. Moving it up ice here now. Shooting off the stick and out of play of Chandler Nibb as the final 8 seconds go down, and we're going to take a break as the first half finishes off. We'll be right back for the second half after a quick word from our sponsor, MCSUC. Thank you once again for sponsoring this broadcast. We'll be right back after the break. And we're back for the second half of the final matchup tonight. Saturday, tomorrow, the playoffs will begin and finish, crowning the championships of the Senior Native Provincial Tournament here in Alberta. With the winner of the 18-plus division crowned here live on NHAC TV. for the gold medal game. It's going to be moved up ice now by Sucker Creek. Conroy moves it back to his defense and Keegan Pruden. Pruden moves it up the ice. It's going to get stopped at the blue line. Trying to get backhanded in their own end. Up the ice for Austin Crosley. Crosley shooting just wide of the boards. Keegan Ferguson. Ferguson shoots up high. And now out comes the likes of Chipshia. Trying to send one on net. Ends up in the right-hand corner. Fought for it to keep low. But it's going to stay in. And trying to get a centering pass, but losing it out front. Is now Keegan Ferguson. Moves up, tries to center the one pass of their own. As it'll get picked up by Nolan Legase. Going to get tapped in there for Cole Caillou to retrieve it. And now moved up to Legase. Legase enters the zone, flicks it up down low. Bouncing puck. Cole Caillou in the corner. Cycling it down low and pushing one to the other side. Trying to move it, but Tyler Shantz is able to poke it free and give it to Keegan Ferguson. Shooting, but Joshua Cardinal able to make a tough stop there as Blueberry First Nation netminders locking it down for this second half. Goes down below to the top of the point. Shooting from distance. Tries to get backhanded towards net. Matthew Absassin. Flick down low now. Pushed into the corner. As Sucker Creek looks to headman it out of their zone. Here's a chance. Shooting, gets caught up in the skates of John Absassin. John Absassin racing for the puck there. It's stolen by Nolan Noski. John Absassin moves it up. Goes all the way to defender Tyler Shantz, who sends it up ice, but it's going to be called offside on the play. Back up here. Ensuing rush, Conroy. Conroy on the sharp angle. Tries to cut to the center. Rebound there collected by Kyle Gladue, but he couldn't capitalize on it. Now the other way. Legase cuts to the center. Pushes Keegan Lang Oakmow off and out of his crease, but they couldn't get the rebound on the play of a wide open net. Pushed in now deep, delayed offside, so they're going to have to tap up back of the blue line. It's going to be pushed out, however, quickly. And turned over at the blue line, trying to make a move now. Turned over once again by Austin Crosley at center ice. Crosley dumps it down deep, but nobody's there to chase. Up and out of their zone comes Conroy. Sends it up ice. Moving with speed, but taking a tumble on the way was Cole Caillou. Now up ice to Keegan Ferguson. Good lift there. Ferguson, toe drag pass. Off the foot, a bouncing puck, but still knocked aside by Joshua Cardinal. Now Blueberry, Storm Noski. Noski over for a shot there. Noski behind the net, trying to rim it around. Over to Kai Gladju, or rather that was Cole Caillou. Behind his own net, Keegan Ferguson with the puck. Ferguson shoots it up ice to Chandler Nibb. Nibb over, shooting, and a good save there by Joshua Cardinal. Face-off win for Sucker Creek. It'll come out. Spin past. Gets poked up ice. Blueberry in the offensive zone. However, they don't have possession as it's Sucker Creek that comes out with it. Intercepted there by Matthew Apsassin to disrupt the play enough and send it high into the netting. Some more play here as a whistle is called. I think it's just a bit delayed offside on the play. Off the face-off draw. Win here. As Blueberry tries to take it up down low, they cycle it behind the net. First to it there was Cole, but it's going to get intercepted in front of the net. Shooting off the glass, rebound potential, another one in the pads, but a good stop there by Lang Oakmow. As they are going to exit the zone with speed. 2-on-1 potential here. Tries to drag it, but a good stop there and slips off the helmet there. Slap shot from far. Matthew Apsassin enters the zone and is quickly called offside. One more needed for Blueberry as out on the ice will come Wyatt Apsassin. Here's Sylvester moving it up the ice to Storm. Now, Sucker Creek moves into their offensive zone. Sends one on net, that goes wide. Now to the point, top of the circle, shooting. But a great glove save there. As Joshua Cardinal, once again, as I mentioned before, has locked it down for this second half. Shot and save by Joshua Cardinal. Cole Caillou wins it back for Austin Crosley. Rims it around the boards and picked up here by Keegan Pruden. Spins off his checker. Pruden through the neutral zone and just a tad bit offside there. Face-off win for Blueberry. Here comes Cole. And centering shot there for Sucker Creek. Now it ends up behind the net. Austin Crosley. Crosley, the captain, moving up ice. Gets stuck in between his skates. Pass out in front. Austin Crosley. Cole Caillou. The other way, Kyle Gladue. Goes up into the netting. Rimmed around the boards, collected by their goaltender, Lang Oakmow. Now moved up by Sucker Creek. Bouncing puck. Now it's a race for it. Lang Oakmow. Good shot on net. Trying to move it to the other side of the ice. That was just a bit safe from offside. Seth Flett gets tipped. Out in front, a shot hits the glass behind the net. Another one sent, but misses wide. Now to their D. Back across. Behind the net. Matthew Absassin. Trying a centering feed there. Now over to Carson Chipchia. Chipchia moving in. It's good from offside once again. Storm Noski. Shooting from distance and into the glove. Now headmanning it up the ice. Over to Legace. Toe drag attempt there, but couldn't get the shot away. 10 minutes to go in this second half as it's rimmed around the boards to McNabb. McNabb enters the zone, drop pass. It's gonna get stopped by Caillou. McNabb, there's Caillou now. Moving through the zone. Caillou shooting off the shoulder and up. Now back up top. From the point, shot right into the crest of Lang Oakmow. Face off one for Sucker Creek. Sucker Creek on the right side, beating the man. Chandler Nibb trying to center it, but it'll come out to the captain, Austin Crosley. Go down the ice. Crosley spins off the pressure. And now it's at center. Chipshia moves it up for Crosley. Comes back down low. Here's an opportunity the other way, shooting into the glove of Joshua Cardinal. He drops it, however, and the rebound was there. Shot rimmed around the boards as it's sent the length of the ice now. Icing's the call on the play, and they'll go back into Blueberry First Nation territory. It's rimmed around the boards. Over to Caillou, cuts to the middle and takes a quick shot. Unable to keep it in there was Absassin. It's going to get stolen now in the right side. Trying to join to the middle. So it ends up behind the nets. Fighting out in front, but it's going to get picked off by Lang Oakmow. And if Blueberry wants to come back in this game, they're going to have to do it in the next minute 45. Because if they can get a goal in the next minute 45, that'll bring them within 2. And thus the stoppage of play rule will be put in place, giving them much more time in the final 5 minutes to come back. And 2 goals in 5 minutes is very possible. So if they can get a goal in the next minute 45, sent down the ice to Matthew Absassin to pick it up. Matthew, he's got some handles. We've seen throughout this game and in earlier ones today. Rimmed around the boards. Matthew to pick it up in the corner. Coming along the boards. Sent to the other side of the ice. Staying on the outside, shooting. And it's a floater into the glove of Lang Oakmow, who will cover it up for a right side draw. Right side to him. Draw in the circle. And a fight for the puck as he was trying to split the D, but couldn't do it as we enter the final 5 minutes now. Sending it behind the net. Trying to center that out in front. Backhanded down low once again. Behind the net. Sucker Creek's going to be able to dump it down low once again. No icing on the play, however, as there wasn't enough on that shot to go the length of the ice. It'll come up to their captain. Dancing on the blue line, trying to enter the zone, gets caught up in his skates. They'll go across to Seth Flett. Flett now shooting, looking for that backdoor tap in for Dakota Conroy. As now, once again, Crosley passes it over to Carson Chipsia. Gets turned over in Sucker Creek's own end. And it's moved up to Kyle Gladue. Gladue through center. Hands it off. Left side shot into the crest of Joshua Cardinal. And he'll see a defensive zone draw for Blueberry First Nation. Face-off win here. Trying for the poke check. Rebound opportunity. Captain Austin Crosley will flick it up ice. As Sucker Creek once again come in, trying for the pass to spark a breakaway. Tight in on the goaltender. But it'll be Cole Caillou coming in on the short side shot.
Thank you.
Some offensive zone time here for Blueberry. As now Chipsia will lose an edge and turn it over. Chandler Nim dumps it in down low, collected by Captain Austin Crosley. Crosley fires one up ice. Can't be collected by Carson Chipsia, but instead it'll go and shoot, scores. Carson Chipsia off the backhand drop feed from Matthew Afsassin will bring it to within 2 and enact the stoppage of time rule. And that's the first goal in the second half. So the first goal in over 20 minutes of play.
We got one more after this, apparently.
Face off, center ice. The final 2 minutes, 15 seconds after the timeout. Austin Crosley picking up the speed and pace of this one. Sylvester Absassin moving it up and a quick shot there. Matthew Absassin now rings it around the boards. Over and up the ice. Spinning and shooting it down low now. Austin Crosley still with it. And a good cover up there by Lang Oakmow. One minute and 30 seconds left to go. Blueberry's got to score if they want to stay in this one and give it itself a chance. Off comes the goaltender as they try to center one to center. At center ice. Turned over. Sent down once again the length of the ice. That's going to be an icing call. Let's go down all the other way. As goaltender Joshua Cardinal is going to be pulled for the remainder of the period. Face off here, won by Blueberry. Sent down low, poke checked. Once again, tried again down low. Gonna get flicked up ice for icing, but Crosley is gonna be able to get to it. And a shot off the post from Avery McNabb. The second time's the charm. No, it isn't, as it also goes wide. 30 seconds left with the empty net. Up ice, off the boards. Trying to be sifted through a few players, but too many are blocking the way. As it's going to be sent down, and it's going to be picked off, and that one, once again, will miss. Rebound here. Sharp angle shot, misses the net. 7 seconds to go. Across. Backhand to forehand. 1 second. Final. And that'll do it, ladies and gentlemen, for the final 18-plus hockey game tonight. However, we've got a special 35-plus Legends League game coming up at 9:45, so stay tuned on the broadcast for that. Once again, I want to thank our sponsor for the game, MCS UC Heavy Equipment Rentals. Thank you for sponsoring as Sucker Creeks takes down Blueberry. 4-2 is the final score. We'll be right back for one more game tonight at 9:45. Welcome back to the broadcast for the final hockey game of the night. As we've got one more 50-minute game played, but there's a twist on this one. As for the first time in our broadcast, we are watching the Legends League. That's right, 35 plus playing out here on the ice tonight. We've got Peavine taking on Siksika here for our final matchup of the night. Starting off for Peavine on the draw is Kevin Anderson. They'll win it and push it into the offensive zone off the boards. Now in the corner, centering feed. Anderson almost got the second shot away and shooting from the point. Is now Cloud Cunningham. Anderson to behind the net, trying to send a centering pass. He'll wrap it around. Pass doesn't go through as Siksika looks to break out of their own zone. Siksika moving to the offense, but Peavine gets it in their own zone. It's going to get cut on the blue line. Slap shot just wide of the nets, as Claude Cunningham's going to be first to it and send the length of the ice. Picked up here for Siksika. And just behind the net was the goaltender for Peavine. It's going to get knocked across the boards. And no penalty called there, despite there being something over in the middle of the ice. Now coming through the center, Siksika into their zone. Across the ice, first to it is going to be Shane Redoldman. Cycling over to the far boards are many leads. Many heads, rather. Apologies. Spinning off his pressure. As now Kevin Anderson looking to send that up ice, but it's kept in by Siksika. Slap shot off the post. Backhander down the ice. Gets into the hands of Many Heads. Many Heads up the ice on the backhand. Shooting off the shoulder of Billy Beaudry, rather. As the referee's going to call something here. As number 17 for Peavine's going to head to the box. Terrence Cunningham is going to go for a slashing minor. So that's going to be 3 minutes of power play opportunity for Siksika. Peavine. Christopher Noski up the ice. Noski off the bar and rips wide of the net. Up ice here, Many Heads trying to move through. Many Heads sends it down low. First to it's going to be Stuart Cunningham who sends it the length of the ice. Now Angus Jerry behind his net to send it up for Andrew Coquette. Coquette over to Jay Anderson. Anderson on the backhand goes around the net for a centering feed. Now over to Many Heads. Shooting and a good save there by Peavine. And apologies, I think I've been referring to number 11 on Siksika as number 11 on Peavine. Off the boards there to center ice. Big Snake moving in, shooting into the left-hand corner. Off the boards and sent down the lake to the ice by Brett Cunningham. Sixica moving up ice. Slap shot. You could hear that one ring off the boards as it comes back up ice. Ringed around the boards for Kevin Anderson to pick it up. Anderson shooting. And a good pass there, scores. Christopher Noski. Off of a good rebound opportunity picked up by Kevin Anderson and sent back to Christopher Noski for the first goal of the hockey game on the shorthanded. Power play for Sixica. Backhanded in by Kevin Anderson. From behind the net, it's rimmed around the boards. Sent down the length of the ice. And that's going to be icing on Peavine. They're going to have to go back all the way into their own zone. Rims it around, a shot on net for Peavine as Del Brodskolpak gets hauled down to the ice, no call on the play. It's moved up ice now. Sent up ice. Peavine backhands it. Down low. Looking for a shot, but a great glove save there by Angus Jerry. Peavine up 1-0 early in this first half. Face-off win for Peavine. Tries to send one on net. Goes down the ice. Bounced off the boards. A collision there at center as we're looking at some rough stuff potential here. I didn't actually see it, but looked like there might have been a run into at center ice. And actually they are going to put Claude Cunningham So Claude Cunningham's going to head to the box here. Let's see what the call is after the play. And they're actually going to put one on either side, so it's going to be 4-on-4, or 5-on-5 rather. Or 5-on-4, which was originally what I thought it would be. As the 3-minute minor penalty begins here. Sixica shooting from the point. Long off the boards. Peavine's Christopher Noski shoots it down the ice. Kevin Anderson to pick it up in the corner. Quick shot here by Peavine. They scored the last one on shorthanded, so let's see if they're able to replicate some of those previous results. Sent down the length of the ice. Going to get picked off center ice by Dylan Cunningham, who sends it once again down low. Dylan Cunningham in his own zone. Bouncing puck all the way into Sixica's zone. Sixica coming out with the puck. On the right side. Tries to center that, but it goes down the ice, and chasing after it is Moria Youngman. Fakes the slap shot. Pressure there by Lyndon Jones, forces it into the corner. Lyndon Jones looking to push it up. Terrence Cunningham sends it on the boards, but here it comes to Andrew Coquette. Slap shot wide of the net. Another shot from the point. Over to Coquette's. Rims it around the boards to behind the net. Spin move, trying to find it in front. Nobody can pull the trigger, however. Now over to the D-men. Slap shot from the point. Goes up high. Now down the length of the ice. Peavine goes off for a change as Sixica regroups. Sixica pushing it down low. A big slash there, as they're going to call that, I think. Referee, or rather, they're going to call the man down on the ice. And helped up by Peavine. And he'll head to the box with what looks to be something on the leg or foot. Number 21, Shane Red Old Man, looks to be out for at least the time being. And they put 10 minutes on the clock here. I'm not sure if that's accurate to anything. Peavine's player is going to come out soon. Yeah, they're going to remove that from the clock. And backhanded in, down low. Nat Black Rabbit sent one on it. Shooting. And up the ice, here comes Sixica. Up ice for Peavine. Shooting. A long shot there and another whistle. As I'm looking around, I don't see why they actually whistled that down. I don't know. They're going to call a penalty on this. I think it's on Sixica.
It's the channel name, but you can also just scan the QR code.
This is the channel name or this?
This one.
Sixica moving it up ice. Should be a Peavine power play for the next 3 minutes. Sixica, breakaway. On the forehand, shooting. And it's a goal for number 69, Dallas Medicine, as he'll tie it up. Once again, shorthanded, which both goals this game so far have been shorthanded. Sixica in their own zone, glove down, across the ice, looking for door, but it's going to come to Peavine's Terrence Cunningham. Slap shot, up high in the left-hand boards. Sixica up the ice. Latest goal scorer sends one on net, and it's going to be caught by Billy Beaudry. And shot down the length of the ice across for Jay Anderson. Anderson waiting, finds someone in the corner, banks off the stick and out. It's going to be left for Lawrence Anderson. He's going to send it the other side of the ice, but it's going to be found there by Sixica, putting pressure on Peavine. Minute left in the power play. They'll send it down for James Rabbit Carrier. Behind the net, pressured by Peavine. They lose the puck. Peavine across, shooting. And a glove save. It's loose, though. Finally covered there by Angus Jerry. Great play there to bring it back. As it's going to get picked off. Peavine shooting, and a good save there as Angus Jerry was able to find it through the bodies to cover it up. Face-off win sent on net quickly. Shane Red Old Man head-manning it up for Sixica. Collected by Many Heads. Many Heads on the left side, backhands it forward. No one to collect on Sixica. Instead, it's going to be Peavine, a race for the puck. On the corner, trying to be pushed up. However, it's going to go down into Peavine's zone. Dylan Cunningham moving up ice with the puck. Passing it over to Terrence Cunningham. Trying to find a breaking out Kevin Anderson, but he's unable to capture the puck. And it's going to be sent down the length of the ice for an icing. Terrence Cunningham on the draw. He'll lose it as Sixica in the corner with the puck. Rim it around the boards. First to it is Charles Davidson, or rather that's 65 over to Charles Davidson. Tries to bank it off the boards, but Lawrence Anderson's going to grab that and send it down the length of the ice. A dump and chase for Peavine. Down behind the net. First to it's going to be Claude Cunningham. It's a fight for the puck, but a good stick there by Lawrence Anderson to disrupt the play, and he'll grab it on the right side. Trying to center it, goes through the legs. Here's Terrence Cunningham with a chance to the net. Takes a shot, but a good pad save there by Angus Jerry. Rebound opportunity sent down on the boards. First to it trying to be is Peavine, but here's a fast dealing door trying to nullify the icing, but it's going to be called nonetheless as the final 5 minutes of the first half are being played as we speak. Some quick skating there. Keeps it out of the Peavine zone. But then here comes Many Heads. No call on the play. Now behind the net, Peavine. Behind the net. Losing the puck. Trying to center it. Now it gets dumped down low. Billy Beaudry. Slap shot from behind the blue line is captured by Angus Jerry.
Just drop me off at the train station. It'll also probably be faster.
Win the draw for Peavine. Below the circle, gets tipped off a stick now and dumped back down low. First to it's going to be Sixica in the center. Slap shot right into the crest of Angus Jerry. Now from below the goal line, out comes Loris Anderson. Anderson can't get through the stick of Caitlin Big Snake as it's sent up ice to Andrew Coquetts. Coquetts sends it over, and a shot off the stick of Lawrence Anderson and out of play. Hockey game still tied at 1. With a minute and 50 seconds to go in this first half. Peavine loses it in their own zone, so Sixica has a chance here. But it's going to come back, and it's a 2-on-1 opportunity. Slap shot off a blocker save by Angus Jerry. In the corner, comes up high. Centered, but some quick thinking there. It's not able to be kept in as they're going to have to tap up at the blue line once again. On the blue line, a penalty is going to be called on the play as Christopher Noski falls on the ice. Yeah, gets ran into there. Didn't look intentional, but alas, he will go to the box. 30 seconds left is going to start the power play. Peavine unable to secure it as Sixica will send it down the length of the ice. Jay Anderson at center ice. Looking for a lane. Tries to shoot it up for Terrence Cunningham, but it's going to get picked off. Off the backhand and into the shin pads. 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, and it finishes. And that'll do it for the first half. We've got just 25 more minutes of hockey coming up for tonight after the break. And they're back at the face-off for the final 25 minutes of play. Sent down the rink right away by Siksika to kill off that power play. They ended the first with. Over across for Anderson, trying to break through that blue line, but they're going to get stopped up. Both goals currently scored shorthanded. So, and a big penalty there, upcoming for Siksika. Here's a chance. Off the skate, shoots, hits the post, and they're going to call that off a great move there. Patiently waiting out Angus Jerry. Couldn't quite beat the post, however, as now it's going to be a 5-on-3 opportunity for a fair bit of time here. And now Peavine to Lawrence Anderson. Down low for Terrence Cunningham. Cunningham behind the net. To the center. Going to get blocked on the way to the net. Another centering feed. Kept in by Big Snake. Big Snake goes off the net trying to clear it. Another centering draw, but it's going to get floated up. Not enough to get it out. One more chance out in front. To the dot, shot, scores! Lawrence Anderson from the blue line. Peavine's up once again, as that'll nullify just the first penalty, meaning they're going to stay on the power play for another 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Couldn't have come at a better time. Lawrence Anderson kept it in, but now a breakaway opportunity the other way. Knapp, Black Rabbit, forehand, what a blocker save. Billy Bow dry to keep it out. Now, once again, another opportunity here, but it's going to get turned over, and now Christopher Noski is going to go in. Noski, sharp angle shot under the pads as Brett Cunningham tried to get a poke in. 1 minute to go on this power play once the puck is dropped. Rimmed around the boards, and now it's a race all the way in the Peavine zone. Rimmed around the boards again. Now over to Brett Cunningham. Cunningham, a little bit offside on that one. 45 seconds. And a choppy shot from a long distance there. Billy Beaudry stands tall, however. And it's sent up higher. Terrence Cunningham now passing it off to Claude Cunningham. Fans on the shot, backhands it out in front. 5 seconds to go before even strength. It comes up into the netting for stoppage of play just before the end. So Siksika will start this next puck drop down a man. Peavine shooting it behind the net. Rims it around the board, stopped up. And out comes Siksika. Shooting on net. A good pass save there by Billy Beaudry. And now in the left-hand corner, it comes all the way down the ice for an icing. Just crossed the 20-minute marker left in this second half. Peavine's able to win it, but Siksika keeps it in after losing it at the blue line. Up over to Anderson. Anderson shooting. Good save there. It's knocked into the right-hand corner of Angus Jerry. Comes up the ice. Tried to be backhanded down, but Caitlin Big Snake will take it in. Big Snake passes it off, shoots from the ringette line. Couldn't be kept in. Sent down into Many Hands, or Siksika's zone. Many Hands sends it back up over to Caitlin Big Snake. Big Snake drops it off. Trying to get the pass away was Dallas Medicine. Medicine now firing it and backhanded up ice. As here's a fake shot and tries from a sharp angle. Tries to flick it up once again. Good stop there as James Rabbit Carrier was coming off from the change and couldn't get there in time to keep it in. It's ringed around the boards, and I think they're going to call that an icing on the play. As it was just behind the red line, but they're going to deem it an icing regardless. Peavine wins it back from the point. Slap shot hits the boards. Siksika up through center ice. Off the boards. Jay Anderson. Over to Andrew Coquette. Up ice. Passes it across. Slap shot. Rims around the boards. Another shot opportunity, and that goes in. That catches Billy Beaudry off guard. And Siksika ties it up. Dylan Dorr scores for Siksika And around the 17-minute marker, lifted up and swatted away. Sixica going on the offense now. Backhands it, sharp angle shot, and that goes in. Big time goal scored here. Caitlin Big Snake coming up clutch. Gets the first lead of the night for Sixica. Over to the right side corner. Passing it off. Peavine let the game get away from them, and now they're coming back from a 1-goal deficit. Chasing into his own zone is Andrew Coquette. Coquette wraps around his own net. Sends it up ice. Pushing it through to Caitlin Big Snake. Big Snake on the right side corner. Ringed around the boards and pressure here on the blue line. It's going to get caught up in the skates of Lawrence Anderson as he'll go down and slap shot. Good save there. Couldn't hold on to the rebound, however. Once again, sent on net from a long shot by Claude Cunningham. As Sixica enters the zone offside, Caitlin Big Snake just a step ahead of the play. Peavine enters the zone, shooting into the shin pads. And it's a turnover in front of the nets. But a good poke check there by Angus Jerry keeps it out and away from danger. Off the backhand, trying to spark Dallas Medicine up for another shot opportunity. Peavine offside by a hair, but they're not going to call it. Now over to a Nap Black Rabbit, trying to get a shot away, but good defense there by Dylan Cunningham. Ends up in the right side boards. Down low, back over. This time Christopher Noski is able to pick it up. Turned over, 2-on-1 the other way. Pass over to Brett Cunningham. Cunningham slap shot, but a good stick save there by Angus Jerry. Head up ice for Claude Cunningham, rather, and here comes Sixica. More specifically, Dorr on the backhand, tries to go forehand, and diving on the puck there was Billy Beaudry, as he'll cover it up for a defensive zone draw for Peavine. Shooting, and good save there by Billy Beaudry. Terrence Cunningham at center draw. Backhanded up. Kept in. Behind the net. And a slap shot from distance. But a good save there as it got ticked just in front of the net. Andrew Coquettes stripped of the puck there by Lawrence Anderson as he goes down the ice. Anderson, slap shot from the red line. Ends up in the right side corner. He goes to retrieve it, tries to center it there. Shot on the backhand from behind the net, centering feed. Nobody there to grab it as it's going to be sent the length of the ice now as Billy Beaudry asks for the icing, and he will get exactly that.
Goal number 11.
Sorry? Boudry? Thank you. Sorry? CC puck? Thank you.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It's not.
No, the last part's not, but it's Billy Boudry.
Okay.
Okay.
6 ago. Okay, I was saying it right. Okay, cool. Peavine, quick shot from the top of the circle as it goes around the boards. Over now to Sixica, entering the zone. Quick shot, scores. Another goal from Caitlin Big Snake with his signature celebration. With 9 minutes to go, they now extend the lead to 2. Peavine with a chance here, slap shot. On net, it's a bouncing puck. Rimmed around the boards. Up the ice. Shooting and scoring. There it is, Dylan Cunningham. Breaks the dry spell for Peavine as now they are within one once again. Behind the net, Peavine looking for another one. On the boards, up against it. Sixica looking to headman it up ice. Now behind the net. Rimmed around the boards once again. Anderson takes it into his own zone. Lyndon Jones. Dylan Dorr. Lawrence Anderson enters the zone. Drops it back, a quick shot on net. Good stick save, and then it ends. Gets sucked up there by Angus Jerry. Gets ringed around the boards. Peavine. Now it comes up here. Breakaway opportunity, a quick shot as Billy Boudry stops it in its tracks. Good saucer pass to the other side. Peavine with pressure, but it comes loose. Up the ice from Andrew Coquettes. Coquettes on the backhand, tries to center that pass. It gets through. Billy Boudry can't stop it. It's going to go in the net. Dallas Medicine scores another for Siksika. But what's the call on the ice from the referee? Might be a different story, as there's no celebrations anymore. Instead, they're going to give a penalty. Dallas Medicine's going to head to the box after just thinking he scored a goal. Talk about a change in luck, as he went from initially scoring for his team to now in the box during stop time. Shot on net, rebound, opportunity. It's out in front, loose. Some big checks here. Falling to the ice are two players. One on top of the other. Now Peavine. Shooting. Trying to get closer to the net. It's going to come out. Siksika, two players, one going wide. Slap shot from a distance. And they're both going to fall to the ice. Quick shot here. Doesn't get through Billy Boudry, as now Peavine looks to headman it up the ice. Icing called on the play as we enter the final 5 minutes of the hockey game with just 3:58 remaining. Defensive zone draw here for Peavine, an important one at that, but they're going to take a timeout, it looks like, as Siksika is going to head to their bench, and so is Peavine. We're going to come back after a short timeout break for either side. Also want to give a shout out to the 50-50 fundraiser currently going on. $15,000 currently. So make sure to scan the QR code on screen to buy your 50-50 tickets. Get a chance to win $15,000. Refs blow the whistle quickly off that one. Off the draw, quick shot. Another one from behind the nets. Referees blow the whistle. A little too early on that one as the net comes off the bearings. Peavine puts it through the legs of the center. And with speed, Christopher Noski. Down the ice. Around the boards. Up, but goes through the stick of Caitlin Big Snake. Now it's glove down for Peavine. Shoots it across. Whacked away. As it goes over to Charles Davidson. And that'll get roofed. Two minutes, 1 second to decide if this game's going to go to overtime, as the current score is 3-3. Supposedly. As there's murmurs around here currently on whether or not that's the actual score. We're going to take a timeout here quickly. Sixica moving it up. It's going to get rimmed off the boards there and down the ice. Dylan Cunningham moving it up. Many heads. Falls down to the ice. It's going to end up in the netting on the sideboards once again.
$15,000 jackpot. 50-50.
shot down the ice. Pushed aside. Glove down. Looking for a breakaway opportunity here, but a good save there by Billy Boudry. Now in the zone. Peavine exiting with speed. Anderson shooting from the top of the circle. A good glove save by Angus Jerry, who pulls it back to himself.
$15,000 jackpot, 50-50.
Going up the ice. All the way down. That's going to be called icing for against Peavine. It's going to be rimmed around the boards. Peavine looking to headman it up the ice. Gets stopped at their own blue line. Gets the pass across. Anderson couldn't get the toe drag. As now it'll come back in the neutral zone. Slap shot it down low. Puck is played and Sixica sends it down the length of the ice. No icing called on the play. It's going to get rimmed around the boards for Dorr. Dorr shooting one on net. Now on the left side corner, 5 seconds to go. And that'll do it for the hockey game. As there was a breakaway in the dying seconds, however, no shot forthcoming, which means it'll take it to overtime. Apologies to the viewers watching, as my voice is pretty worn down today, as we're closing in on the final game of the stream. And what a way to end it in dramatic fashion for overtime. 5 minutes to go as these legends face off 3-on-3. Off the boards. And headmanning it up ice. Backhanded pass, rebound opportunity. Great save there by Billy Boudry. Now up the ice. Here comes Peavine. Anderson makes a move. Up on the backhand. Swatted away. Now in the corner, out comes Sixica. Caitlin Big Snake on hat trick watch. Backhands it up to the neutral zone. Makes a move there, was Andrew Coquette. As now Kevin Anderson moves into the offensive zone. Kevin tries to center it, and a good shot there, but Angus Jerry stops him with a pad in the corner. In comes Sixica with a driving extra man who tumbles into the nets. And it's going to be a penalty on the play on Kevin Anderson. Let's make sure he's all right. Replay shows that he was interfered with slightly as he tumbled into the net off of a fight for the head to the net by Kevin Anderson on Peavine. So he will head to the box, and it will allow for 4-on-3. I believe the referee just kicked out a player. Not 100% sure what they were signaling, actually. But regardless, the play is going to start once again in Peavine's zone. Face-off win for Peavine. They're going to send it the length of the ice. A young man, Moria young man, coming up the ice for Siksika. Up to the point. Shot on net blocked there. As now Cunningham moves it up. Cunningham makes a move to the net. Another one. Shooting. And the deflection into the netting. For a dramatic final couple of minutes in this overtime. If none to score, it'll go on to a shootout. Best of 3 to start. Siksika with the puck. Tries to spin pass. However, it's going to go off the stick of Lawrence Anderson. Anderson cuts to the net, tries to make the pass, but nobody's there, and there's going to be a penalty on the play. It'll even things out for the remainder minute and 30 seconds as Moria Youngman goes into the box. And it's going to be 4-on-4 for the remainder, or rather 3-on-3 for the remainder of overtime. Bit of confusion there. Caitlin Bigsnake comes to take the draw. Sent down the length of the ice. Grabbed by the glove. Gonna get intercepted. Now Peavine on the power play. Pushes it up ice. To the other side for Dylan Cunningham. Cunningham enters the zone. 30 seconds left to win it. Cunningham up to the point. Passes over to Anderson. Anderson off the post. Cunningham cuts to the middle. On the backhand, wraps around the net. 15 seconds, centers it. Jay Anderson goes to retrieve it in the corner. 10 seconds left. Cross the ice, shooting off the post again, and it's sent down the length of the ice for the final few seconds, and we're going to go to a shootout. If I'm remembering correctly, not a single game in the entirety today was finished in overtime. So they've all ended in the shootout when it has gone past the first two periods. Starting off for Siksika. Dallas Medicine. As the tournament organizers seem to be talking with the officials. On the ice comes Andrew Coquette for Sixica. Coquette taking on Billy Boudry in net for Peavine.
$15,000 jackpot, 50-50.
Here he comes with speed. Good poke check there by Billy Boudry. Catching Andrew Coquette off guard. As now, it's Kevin Anderson's turn. Kevin Anderson, forehand, fakes the shot, does finally, but a good save there by Angus Jerry as he plays the waiting game. Another shot attempt here, this time for shooter Dallas Medicine. Dallas Medicine with speed on Billy Boudreau. To the backhand. Posting out. Boudry once again waits it out and stops the puck. Terrence Cunningham now is up for Peavine. Cunningham drives to the nets. Off the backhand, and it scores! Terrence Cunningham puts the pressure on Sixica, as now they have to score if they want to stay in it. This could be it if Billy Boudry stops this puck. Game, set, Peavine tomorrow. And he does it. Peavine wins the game. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, so much for listening to tonight's broadcast. I was Jordan McComb, your entertainment and color and commentary for the entire day. We will see you all bright and early, 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Have a good night.